we're shooting the bricks.
Done. Yes, it is.
All right, go ahead and get those dice out. Get those dice out. Go ahead and get those dice out. I was just saying that.
I'm like, I thought we were doing math.
I have my physical dice, but I was just saying everybody else get those dice out. Those character sheets ready.
And hold this. Sorry.
And hold this tip. Ah! Oh, man.
Put some lo-fi in the back.
Stuff to collect.
I need to.
Am I so opening the map the way I did last time?
Not right now. Not right now. We're just doing the theater of the mind stuff right now.
The warrior of the mind.
I knew that was gonna come up.
Yeah.
I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen.
This is the last one. Is this one? Nope. This one?
Me and Javon go way back like Eli's hairline.
Alright. You got a ball spot in the back of your head, boy.
Okay.
I do not have that.
What?
He's freaking out. He's freaking out.
I'm trying to clear out all the lightning bolts on my wall. Got so many. I don't know where this one lightning bolt is in this gallery.
Okay. You have lightning bolts. What?
There's like notifications like for like something new. That little icon, little red icon for it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to clear them out.
Yeah. It's hot in this goddamn room. Fuck you, right?
Oh, that's just gonna be there forever because I don't know where. That didn't do it.
Blah.
There, did it.
We all waiting on me?
Oh, I don't know.
We all waiting
I
on
don't
me? Yeah, because
Necessarily.
Yeah.
Nah, I'll take charge.
All right.
In a world.
You know what? In a world. Let me go ahead and find the normal overview here. I'll just reread that. Anthony said that he was doing other things, so
Yeah, like
What was
talk
you
in
gonna
the
say?
morning.
he said,
Text
well, he texted me and
Oh,
said
shit.
that he was trying to help his mom put his siblings to bed and stuff.
Quick right hook to the jaw. They sleep.
So violent.
That nigga is lying his ass off. He do not be helping to put his siblings to sleep, chat.
Well,
Got Tyree Jr. over here, man.
What do you mean Tyree Jr.?
okay. We will now begin
Oh,
the
shit, zip
session.
my pants.
We will now.
This nigga whip out mid.
He said,
Come here, guard.
Okay. Okay. We will now begin tonight's session of very first session of Duragaan. Very
Yeah.
nervous, very shitting bricks. It's a lot
You
more,
got this.
not more nerve wracking when people are waiting for you to start the campaign. Okay, here we go. I'll just read the overview. Dark whispers and tales of a ruinous war. A terrible evil sets its gaze upon our world. 200 years ago, from where our story begins, the land of Kuthferat was a battlefield between the forces of good and evil, an endless war between the divine and the draconic. This war ravaged the continent of Kuthferat and left an unforgettable scar on its history. On a day of celebration, ruin struck. A dark and terrible beast somehow emerged from beyond the veil. Its mere presence darkened the skies, and with the beat of its wings, panic, fear, chaos, and death followed, along with the chromatic horde, an army of chromatic dragons answering the call to spread chaos and ruin. After watching years of endless tragedy, the goddess Ishtar could no longer stand by as a witness to the bloodshed. So she led her fellow deities to battle with this beast to end its parade of devastation. During their clash, Ishtar revealed that the beast was immortal. The other gods were furious, seeing a terrible creature blessed with immortality, a mockery of their gift, given from the praise and worship of humanity, while causing so much ruin. In an attempt to divert the calamity and ruin, she stripped away its immortality. Enraged and desperate, the terrible creature retaliated and lashed out, demanding its immortality be returned. The gods denied him this. In response, he kidnapped Ishtar. Her kidnapping would become the spark that would ignite this devastating war between dragonkind and the gods of this world. The war continued, and destruction reigned on the land, and the world was further divided. But Ishtar saw only one way to end it. She accepted the beast's demands and restored its immortality. The chance to act was nigh. The Dragon Rider vanguard, known as Argentum Prima, and the forces of good fought alongside Ishtar to drive back the chromatic horde. The battle raged on, the great beast fighting back with its ever-growing hatred, its burning eyes flames scorching the skies black, making them seemingly starless. Ishtar knew what had to be done. She tore open the veil and banished the beast and herself beyond the veil, to a place never to harm the world again, locking herself in an eternal struggle forever. Some say, whenever thunder rumbles, it's the echo of Ishtar still fighting back to hold the great beast. Decades later, the land of Kuthra has moved forward, with nature taking back what was lost. Civilization continues to grow in peace and heal from the tragedy that devastated the land all those years ago, giving the current generation a chance to rebuild and live in this new and hopeful era. Meanwhile, the witnesses and survivors of that tragic war walk through life with bated breath, living with a gripping fear and a question that lingers in their minds from this gift of peace. What will it cost to hold on to it? Nevertheless, they press forward, with each day being a reminder to hold those you love tightly and never let go. Our story begins a year later, and a dark omen is suddenly thrust upon the kingdom of Kuthferat, as we wake to a terrible reality under a dimly lit gray sky and pouring rain. King Aaron Greymore is dead. This is a tale of a ruinous world, a world that has known ruin and war and has suffered from the very beginning of its creation. From when this world was created, an elemental cataclysm struck the earth, forming the mountains, filling the lands with rivers, forming the skies, ones that crackle with furious lightning, mountains treacherous that no one goes to them. This world was made in chaos and ruin, and with a crack hitting this world, an elemental cataclysm striking the ground, the world was shaped, and some scholars and some clerics or people of the divine believe that this world was stricken with a great curse, an omen, since it began in ruin, And the question is left, will this world know ruin in the end, and only ruin? In this era of peace, the terrible act was committed, one that sends a
Long as
shockwave
pause.
throughout the country of Guthvarad. What did you say? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said long as pause.
I know. A terrible era, a terrible act was committed, one that sent a shockwave through the country of Kuthvarad. On Saloon's day, King Aaron Greymore was found dead. We now move from the inky darkness and blackness of space and the void down and over the rolling hills and the green forests that fill this world from rebuilding. The year is 400. This world is now in a state of rebuilding and rejuvenation and growth, bringing themselves back from what happened and occurred in the ruined era. The morning sun peeks through the gray clouds that fill an overcast sky. And as we move through the pouring rain, we see a gate that sits behind a main courtyard filled with people holding various lanterns and vigils. The kingdom is vast and filled with almost everyone who lives in the city is in the streets. They're all holding a candle or a lantern of some kind, just holding it in this pouring rain as most look from beyond this gate, blocking the main courtyard with guards standing in the front with riot shields. Citizens holding lanterns, various emotions can be seen through the crowd. Some of the older generation weep as they see a king that grew over time is now gone. Some cast a scornful gaze, and others whisper with ill-intentioned words. Some say that, man, I can't believe he's actually survived that long, actually. Well, don't you know, it's the king kind of caused a lot of these problems here in the city. And some woman just shushing them in the front. Others, a mother holding her son in her right arm, and he's holding a little makeshift lantern of his own making, not really paying attention or knowing what's going on around him. And he's just saying, holding on to his mom. Her mom, sad, looking forward past this gate and amongst all the people around her, and just holding her son, and her son just going, what are we doing here? I'm so bored. And mom just saying, okay, well, honey, we're here at a vigil. This is what we call a vigil. When someone in the kid interrupt, but why are we here? I just want to go play. Mom just says, okay, well, keep your voice down. This is still a respectful vigil. And as I'm saying, this vigil is for the king. He's no longer with us, dear. The boy says, okay, fine. Do I have to keep holding this lantern? Hurts. I want to do this. And she says, okay, all right. She puts him down on the ground, holds his lantern, hands it to her husband on her left. She's like, okay, you hold on to that. I'll hold him. And she picks him back up and holds her singular lantern, and they continue to look forward. The capital square, where we are now, is packed with almost every citizen, and at the top of the steps, past this gate, we see a dark wooden coffin with rivets of gold flowers going down the length of the coffin, resting on a raised stone platform in the center. White flowers adorn the edges of the platform, and a message chiseled into the side, which reads, May Carnagon deliver you to rest. The royal family stands next to the coffin, the queen, her face stoic, with the obvious indication that she's been crying. Two little girls hold hands with their mother and cry, and a little boy cries to himself, holding his mother's other hand. the little girls with blonde hair, blue eyes, and the little boy, pale, white skin, dark brown hair, and amber eyes. The announcer steps up to this podium, just a wooden podium standing next to the coffin. Older half-elf gentleman, skinny, pointed, kind of Severus Snape in a way, just a little lankier, steps up to the podium and says, "Good morning, everyone. On this High Sun's Day, as some may know, tragedy has fallen on the royal family. As our beloved king, Aaron Greymore, is dead, I will leave the explanation to the newly appointed First Knight of Kuthrat, Declan Rowe." Small applause. Some people clap. The knight steps up to the podium, nervously, kind of rinsing his hands together, and says, um, "Thank you. It's been a couple of stressful years with all these new changes in status since the death of my former captain, High Knight Jason DeSantos, about a year ago, and the disappearance of the former First Knight, Grunan Fang. Although my rank and status changed seemingly overnight, I will do my best to properly honor my position as First Knight for my captain, commander, and for the kingdom as well. So with that, I will formally begin going over the details of the investigation. And through then, we hear mumbling and whispers amongst the people through the gate. Firstly, this was a crime of passion, meant to leave no room for error. Killing the king in the dead of night, with multiple wounds and lacerations to the chest, and people still murmuring. Some reactions. You hear a guy in the crowd go, and the guy goes, "Shut up!" and he hits him. Secondly, we found the murder weapon in the king's bedchambers. Still murmuring. Lastly, we were also able to apprehend and detain the one who committed the crime. He gestures out to the other guards standing next to him. And you see these guards are wearing normal silver knight armor, and they have that cloth that goes over and a little hanging cloth that goes in between. And you see just an insignia of a blue dragon on the left of their armor, and it's on their pauldrons on their shoulders as well. And you see them drag a prisoner from the dark from behind them. The prisoner is a Yuan-Ti woman, a snake person. Lean build, angular face, small nose, white hair that falls down to the shoulders, and emerald green eyes, slanted pupils, or slitted pupils. The night begins again. This woman was found attempting to escape the scene of the crime and was apprehended by the castle guards, and as they brought her out, the crowd immediately just start roaring and start shouting, and some people start trying to rush the gate, and with yelling and clamoring, the riot infantry does their best to hold them back. And you see people just shouting, "Kill her, kill her! Oh, why are they still alive? Kill them, kill them!" People just ordering and telling the people to just kill this person immediately on the spot. And you see the First Knight on the podium just saying, "Please settle down. I understand your frustrations, but there are some matters we still need to discuss." And people still yelling, "Kill her! It's her fault we lost the king!" And then you see the queen steps up to the podium. You see she flicks her wrist with, you see some golden flecks of magic that as she inhales, you see them inhale with her breath, and she shouts, "Enough! I will not have my husband's death be used as an excuse to act like children amongst adults. Nor will I sit here and have the memory of my children's father be disrespected. First Knight Declan, is doing his very best in recounting the details of my husband's death. A very painful memory, as it is for us all. Am I correct in my statement, First Knight? She steps down from the podium, her voice booming across the entire plaza. But she steps down, and the knight comes back to the podium and says, yes, the queen is correct. This is a very difficult time for our kingdom. That being said, the details of an execution are still being discussed by the court at this time. A date will be given in the coming days, but for now she will be held in the capital's prison. Until then, we will hold a remembrance ceremony here in the Capitol Plaza on Morn's Day. All other events within the city will be postponed until End's Day. And you see the people in the plaza square. You see most of the people who are clamoring on the gate begin to back away, and the crowd of people slowly begins to dissolve as the knights who are standing next to the podium, standing next to Declan, they drag her back towards the castle. The queen and her children, they all just follow back, going towards to the area of the castle, of this plaza, where the actual homes are. And you see Declan Rose standing there. He looks out at the people, and he looks back down, give them an inch. Are we sure? Never mind. And he, muttering to himself, and he walks back with the other knights. As we move from then, this tense scene happening in the capital, we move now to another place, farther away from the capital, one it's not really anywhere. It's on the map for sure, but it doesn't have anything notable to name. No tall buildings, no skyscrapers that come with it. It's just known as a little fishing village on the outside of the capital called Vogler. But before we enter Vogler, or no, sorry, not before, but we do enter Vogler, this fishing village. You just see it clings to a spit of land reaching into the Vingard River, or sorry, the Unity River. Wooded cliffs overlook the community. The only path from the north descends past the ivy-covered remnants of a crumbling stone keep. The village's modest wooden buildings cluster around a quaint central circle and along the riverbank. Jutting into the river and out of place, and seemingly out of time, stands an incomplete stone bridge of incredible artisanship. The structure clearly dates to be before the sundering of this world, before the ruined era. Eclipsing its modern piers in size and sturdiness, the bridge crosses less than half the river's width before giving way to a series of ropes and tethered rafts serving as ferries. On the river itself, dozens of small boats drift along the slow, murky waters as the fishers of Vogler ply their trade. In getting that glimpse, we then move to a little ways out of this village. It's no longer overcast on this side. It's funny enough, it's more or less towards the kingdom as it moved from the village. The storm moved from the village, and now we're here as we walk up to a dingy little hole-in-the-wall, nowhere restaurant known as Wormwood Cafe at the moment. And as we enter, you get an aroma. You hear on the outside before entering, you hear clamoring of laughter and plates clacking and people drinking. And then you see As you come in, you see some group of guys over there doing a arm contest, and you see them struggling as they've been doing this for a while. And you see one guy on the far table just going, "Oh God, my arm! It hurts every time when I keep spending my money doing this." And you see another guy just going, he loses every time. And you see like a little, you see a little bracelet on his arm. It doesn't look anything crazy, but you see a little bracelet on his arm. One of arcane means can discover that there's a little finicky stuff happening with that match. You see another match on another table happening, and it's just this. You see the game hasn't even started yet, and you see this one guy, hulking half-orc man, put his arm down on the wooden table, this rounded wooden table. And you see another guy, glasses, skinny arm. He's like a half-elf guy, puts his arm on the table, and when he puts his arm on the table, he has these runes that go up his shoulder and spin and twirl down and go into the palm. Sort of like a really exaggerated version of Aang's tattoos. Instead of just a straight line going down into the palm, they go down from the shoulder and then they corkscrew around the forearm into the palm with a makeshift of runes. And you see him put his arm down on the table. And he's like, "All right, ready when you are." And the half orc guy's like, "Are you serious? You're going to die if you do this." And kid just goes, "Not if you die first." He goes, "All right, well, how much are we putting down? How much money are you willing to put down?" And the skinny guy goes, well, just this." And you just see him grab a bag full of money and it thuds on the table. Everyone goes, "Whoa, I didn't know we were playing like we were just arm wrestling over here. It doesn't really matter." And you see him just go, "All right, ready to ante up." And then the half orc guy goes, "Yeah, fuck this." And he just walks away because not being able to match that, if he's not able to win this, he is not even going to try. And the guy just goes, "Oh, no, come on. Anyone else? No one can ante up? No one can match?" And then another guy you see amongst this clattering of plates on the other side of the restaurant, you hear people actually eating and enjoying this aroma of food. You smell seafood, various spices and herbs, just amongst this whole restaurant. And you see this arm wrestling competition happening over there. You see people eating and enjoying, some people drinking. You see a guy, there's a piano music playing, this dingy, broken piano that's off on the far side of this restaurant. And you see this guy playing, and he's just really bad. But sometimes it'll be good. It's a 50-50 with this guy. He's a regular. It doesn't really matter. And on the other side of the arm wrestling contest, you just see the guy still asking for people to ante up. But that all doesn't matter as we move into the kitchen behind the door over the counter. We see another half-orc gentleman of stocky build. He's got salt and pepper beard, salt and pepper hair, his two tusks jutting out, and you see a scar that goes across his face, across his nose. And you just see him cooking on the stove, cooking just various another what smells delicious broth that's being prepared, and you see him plating it. Actually, you see him plating it, and then he calls back to the person in the back, waiting for another meal. He just says, "Oh, Igni, ready another plate for table 3." And as we look over this counter, we see the blinds are closed, but as we look over this counter, we see Eli. Would you like to describe your character for everyone?
All right, I'm standing at a whopping 3.5 feet tall. I know, I'm pretty tall. Dark red
Pretty normal.
scales,
Pretty
right?
right. You know, right.
Shit, they be smooth, all right?
All
Dark
right.
red glistening scales.
Mm-hmm.
I got round average, double horn going on,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
moonlit gray eyes,
Mm-hmm.
almost just like the moon, a little darker, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And as we see this, your race is a kobold, I believe. Yes, everyone else here, this race is a kobold.
Go boat.
So
One
as
is
we
not.
see this kobold working on what looks to be five different things in the back, but working on them in quick succession, one plate goes after another and another and another. Just a really good, productive game of Overcooked happening back here in the kitchen. And what would you say to the man cooking in front or handing out plates in the front? What would you say to him in this moment as he's asking for a plate for table three?
I'm on it. I'm on it. Give me a
All right.
second.
Well, I need you to hurry up because they've been asking for table three for the past 3 minutes. So I'm going to need you to hurry that up back there.
They can wait 3 more. All right.
Okay. You give me attitude right now. Right. So I'm going to have you and Simon on chores for the next 3 weeks. Right. If you want to
Ah.
go ahead and act like that, you know what, Simon? And he calls out to Simon, who is also helping deliver these plates out. And you see, he is a normal human. He's not really muscly at all. Think of just Milo from Atlantis. Big spectacles, obviously, dark, but just Milo from Atlantis, but with dark hair. And you just see him, and he's got like a long sleeve white shirt on, apron that's just covering his waist. And he's like, "What? What? Iggy, why'd you? Oh my God! I just started cleaning yesterday, and now I got to clean again. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Yeah,
You're
thanks.
welcome.
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, all right." And then Grunin just, "All right, don't start arguing like this. Well, we have customers here." And you see no one is bothered by this arguing because it's usually a part of the usual banter that goes on here. There's arm wrestling going on over there. There's people eating over here. There's a guy really badly playing on the piano. And you just see all of this happening. And no one is bothered or perturbed by any of this. And you just see and backing out from all of this restaurant, you just see a restaurant that's thriving right now. That's thriving, and everything is going just fine. Everyone's enjoying their time. Everyone's having a great backstory, a great time eating and enjoying this restaurant. Igni, as you then are still cooking all these foods, we then move into as you're cooking all these foods and you're reminiscing of what's happening right now. You wake up from the dream of a beautiful moment in the normal day, productive day of you working, making foods. As right now you come back to the present time, it's dark, kind of dingy. There's dust still everywhere, hanging, clinging to the ceilings, cobwebs every now and again. It's not as fiery in here. It's not really a hearth of hearty laughter. And it's empty. And you see the kitchen light still on. And you're working and cooking on only one pot that's been sitting here for the past 5 minutes. As you're staring into this pot, reminiscing about that day in reminiscing about just that day working. What's feeling this isolation? What is Igni thinking right now as he's just staring into this pot, not cooking anything and just looking into it?
Damn. Why has it always come to this? Just when I have something in my grasp.
Right. As you say that to yourself, muttering to yourself, we then move to a memory. If we want to do a fun transition of just going down into this pot and then transitioning into a dark tunnel leading through and up and down in various different ways into a much bigger cavern filled with a mountain of gold on one side. You see various foods on the other, just a full hoard of gold. And you see more foods on the other side, scraps, whatever has been found. And you see in this massive space, you see briars of flame kind of adorning this place. But they're like not really fancy briars. They're just a bunch of rocks that have been collected together. Soot's been put in the middle, and then it's been ignited, and you just see this place being lit up with these briars. And as we see this vast space, we see in the center a cavern, makeshift cavern, with a another creature, massive in size and form, sleeping within. And on the outside, we see sort of like Santa's workshop, elves, not really elves, but just more or less that hustle and bustle of other similar looking creatures, the same as Igni, walking and running around and gathering gold. And you see other holes that are made throughout this various cavern. You see various holes of other kobolds, much like an anthill. Just seeing more of these kobolds coming in from these other entrances and exits, bringing in gold, chest, bringing in some scraps of food. You see a line of kobolds going to the food, and you see one kobold carrying like a really hefty bag, and he's like, "Gotta get all this time." And then he slaps the bag down over his shoulder, opens it, clearly didn't check before he got it, and it's just full of rotten food. And he goes, "Ah, shit!" And then the other ones just go, and just laugh at him as they're passing on. He's like, "Yeah, yeah, whatever." And then we see on the other side of kobolds streaming in gold, we see one kobold from these other jutting rocks above these holes that are made throughout this cavern. We see some kobolds doing the whole Scrooge McDuck thing, diving into this gold. One kobold is diving headfirst into this mountain of gold from the very top. You see other kobolds on the ground going, "Jump, do it, jump, 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 do it, you got this." And then the other one going, "Yeah, yeah, I got it, I got it." And he jumps, instantly dead, lands on the mountain of gold. And they all go, "Ah, see, I knew he was going to die. I knew it was going to happen." And you see all of them just immediately walk away from this showboat of nothing as this kobold who lands on this mountain of gold instantly dies. There's nothing to do about it. His body just rolls off this mountain of gold. And from another collection of kobolds who are there's no homes here in this cavern. It's more or less just another hole, a bigger hole in a wall, and a Cartoon Network show. And we see another group of family of kobolds here. These kobolds, who all look like Igni, are part of the Crimson Vine tribe that live here in this cavern, and they worship this massive creature in the cave. But before we get to that, we enter and we see another makeshift hole here that looks more like a home. Various little, the kobold version of blueprints of just a nice little catapult somewhere, makeshift made, little stone catapult made with just scraps of wood and string, and just all of that's made. And then we move to see a kobold family in this little hideaway hole. And we see Igni's mom, they all look around the same. The dad has the same moonlit gray eyes as he does. And we see the mom have the same colored eyes. And then we see two others who are in this hideaway hole, this house home, and we see them arguing. One of them just, "No, give me that." And we see the other one just go, "Well, why do you have to have it?" "Because I had it first. That's why it's mine. Because I already had it." And he just goes, well, if you already had it, then what if I have it?" He snatches it from him. He goes, "Hey!" He's like, "Well, now I have it because I just have it, and it's my thing now." And the other one goes, well, that's not actually fair because I had it first before you did. And they're still arguing over having this thing, the thing being just a nice bent fork that looks really nice. It's really outdone itself. He found a nice little treasure for himself. It's just a nice bent spoon. Nicely bent. Nothing special about it, but except it looks really shiny. And then off in the kind of in the corner, or more or less in the back of this little hideaway hole, we see another crimson, dark red kobold who is just sitting there, not really participating, and just kind of quietly watching and staring at these two argue. And one of them turns to what we know as Igni and turns to him and she goes, so, you really gonna participate, or are you just gonna sit there and stare at my treasure here? And he's staring at you, Igni. Anything you wish to say to your brother, one of two?
How about you mind damn business? You can
Mine,
go
but
squabble.
my damn. Well, actually, you're not. So I brought in a lot of good stuff today. So if I'm going to be gifted by anyone, it's going to be him. The great red dragon in the cavern. Don't you want something from him like anyone else?
He can bite my tail, all I care.
What? Mom, did you hear that? And then mom just like, I'm not listening to anything you're saying. And Dole, your brothers are Kraz and Dole. One, Kraz is the one who was speaking to you, and Dole was the one that took the figure and was like, well, why do you have it? That's Dole. You see Kraz is going, well, since mom's not really going to care about that, and since you apparently don't care about getting a gift from our great master, you, my dear brother, are going to be here for a while. Come on, Dole. And then they both walk out of this cavern. We're going to go get more stuff for him. And then he's going to give us gifts. And then we're going to be special, finally, like I should have been. And you see them walk, and they start to go off to these caverns and to the exits, and you see them go off anywhere. And in this space, Igni, is there anything you would like to do while you're here in this space? While you're sitting there,
Mm, just rummage through things, see if I see a shiny thing or not.
rummage through Kraz's things.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens here. Okay, so you find another shiny thing of his. It's just a bent fork. It's again really pristine. Have to emphasize, really pristine, really nice looking, and it's just another bent uh, fork.
Not bad. Yoink.
You pocket, you pocket fork. Uh, you walk around this space, just seeing all the other kobolds, and as you're walking, and you're just thinking, what is Igni thinking as he's just walking amongst these kobolds, his tribe, seeing all of them gather gold, put it over there, gather food, put it over there, and you just, as you're walking along, what is Igni thinking?
Everybody does the same thing over and over again, not questioning anything. And they can just follow somebody just like that.
As you're
Insufferable.
as you're thinking that, then you walk into the center of this cavern, and then you look and you see inside, and you see within the dark cavern another a massive hideaway hole. You just see one massive creature open a amber eye, slitted pupil, and it looks directly at you. And then you just hear as it stands and rises, and you see it, this massive form shakes, and then it steps out of this cavern, and you see all the other kobolds, and including you, immediately drop to their knees as they feel the presence of their master, this massive red dragon that pokes its head and its form out of this cavern. Filling its chest, you see red energy beaming up its neck, and you just hear. And you see him look down at you, who was in the front of his cavern. He just looks at you. He just kind of turns his head because his head is massive, so he has to turn his eye like a bird. They can't see down in the front, so they have to turn their head. So he turns his head to you and he says, "Why are you not working?" Asking
I
you.
finished my shift already.
You finished your shift already. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Gets closer to you. Just massive breath of hot air. You see some embers from his just nostril breath, and you just hear him. I could devour you here and now if I wished. Go and obtain for me more gold and food. Or do you wish for your life to be so forfeit?
So I'll get you more stuff right away, sir.
Great. And then he looks amongst the other kobolds, raising his head, looking amongst the other kobolds. The other one's all still down. Kraz and Dole, who coming back in, are like, "Whoa!" And then they kind of just hit the deck. And you just see them just kind of hit the deck. Dole doesn't really get it. He's like, "Huh?" And then Kraz pulls him down. Just get down, idiot. And so the dragon just, anyone found slacking will be punished. Their gifts removed. And you know what he's talking about. These gifts. There are some kobolds in the Crimson Vine tribe who have been gifted with more power than usual. And some kobolds have been gifted the power of flight. They've been gifted wings. Some kobolds have been gifted more knowledge. Some kobolds have been gifted just more things that kobolds usually don't have. So they've been gifted. Some have been gifted wings, more intelligence, and these various gifts have been scattered throughout multiple generations of this tribe. And so when he refers to the gifted or taking away gifts, you see some kobolds shudder and try not to make eye contact and just go no 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 no. No. And you see two group of kobolds just standing on the ground. It's not standing, just on the ground, their hands laid out. And you just see just the one going, no, 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 I can't miss this gift. I just got it. And the other guy's going, stop shaking. You're shaking so much. I can feel you shaking. And as he instructs you to go get more things, he shifts back and goes back into his hideaway hole in this cavern. And then everyone else just gets up, relieved to no longer feel this pressure anymore. And you see the beast just go as he lays back down and goes back to sleep. What are you actually going to do instead of not go get this stuff? Like, I'm assuming you're not going to get this stuff.
I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try to dip.
All right. You
Can't do
try to
nothing
leave.
more.
You try to you begin. You're just like, all right. I don't really care. You just leave. You see Kraz and Dole standing at the entrance, going, "Oh, where are you going, little brother? Where are you going? Actually, I don't think I see any form of currency to give to, the red dragon in the cavern that kind of declared he will eat you if you don't come back with anything."
Duh. So that's why I'm skedaddling. I'm done doing
You were
this.
leaving to go get more stuff. Leaving? We're leaving like forever. You're trying to leave
Yes.
and go. Dole can get a load of this guy. You see Dole goes, what are we laughing about? And Crash just goes, you're okay. You're just kind of helping. Doesn't make kind of useless for that. Anyway, uh, I don't know if you noticed, little brother, but you're the runt of this litter, and you have to go get something because you're way too small to do anything. I mean, okay, I'll give you this. You're too small to get anything from outside other than trinkets, and that's probably the only best thing you can give. So what I suggest is you okay, come over here, and he brings you to like a what he thinks is like bring you to the side of from the side of the road, and he's just like, okay,
Mm.
I'll just give you what I have, half of what I have. And he just takes out more spoons, bent spoons that he just found. You think that they're just going out and just bending these and bringing them back. He just brings them back. He's like, no, you can have half of these. These are good because they're really nice and they're really clean. And you see that he takes a rusty spoon and he just goes, they're really nice, see? And he uses a bit of magic. He sees, and the fork is what you know the spell to just clean things. And you see the rusted spoon is no longer rusted. And you see him just go, that's the trick, brother. You have to build on these kind of things. Like this is my gift. I can clean these spoons, give them back, and be tip top shape, right? And then Dole, he's got wings. We've been giving stuff to him, and now he says that he's gonna give us another gift. So I can already do some kind of magic. He has wings, which that's awesome. So I think that we're gonna go get another gift, and then we'll be able to, leave together. We'll be able to leave, all of us. You, me, Dole. You see Dole goes, we still laughing about, you still laughing? No, no, oh, we're not laughing. Okay, listen. He puts his hands on your shoulders. We can get out of here, but you just got to give me a sec, okay?
Sure, whatever.
Right. Yeah, you're awesome. And he goes and picks up these spoons. Come on, Dol. And they go, and you wait for them. They go to the cavern, and I will say this: you've never actually seen the process of a kobold amongst your tribe being given a gift. Would you like to go
Mm-hmm.
see what this gift would be? Would you like to kind of peek in and see what happens as the red dragon stands amongst them?
Sure, why not?
Okay. I will need you to make a roll.
Alrighty.
I'll need you to make a perception check. The DC is not too high.
Perception check.
DC 10. And you have advantage.
Perception, here it is. Alright, let's see. How do I do this?
I gotta leave in like 30 minutes, guys.
That's fine.
Perception. Got a 12. That's 11
Oh,
plus
wow.
1.
Okay. Didn't need the advantage anyway. So as you follow your brothers, you see them go into the cave. You see Dole starts going to the left, and he's like, okay, Jesus. And he drags Dole to the correct side of where the cavern is, which is kind of hard to miss, doesn't really make sense. So they go in, you see the red dragon raises his head, amber eyes staring at them. And you just see, and the red dragon, he's just a normal red dragon, but just his horns are a little more intricate than most. Some with a little more twist and coil. But you see him raise his head to your brothers, and uh, you see him just say, "What gifts have you brought me, Kraz? More bent spoons, I suppose. And he goes, what? No, I didn't bring you more bent I brought you a rusted spoon, but with your great gift, I make the spoon shiny to its best. And he goes, well done, Crass. You once again proved to me that my efforts of providing you with power don't go unnoticed. Well done, Dole. And Dole, once again, just kind of, I found this, and you just see he puts down like a little crown that he found, like this little makeshift like aluminum foil, just like this little aluminum crown that he made outside, and you see Kraz go, "You made that outside a second. You're gonna present that to him? I don't think that's gonna cut." And you see the dragon just go, "Well done, Dole. Another show of my efforts that mean very much to me." And you see Crash go, "What? You brought an aluminum hat that can't even fit the guy. I mean, it doesn't even make any sense." And you see him go, "Crash, sorry. Nevertheless, your efforts have proven valuable to me. And so I will bestow you with another gift." And you see he unfurls his wings. And this cavern that he remains in is big enough for him to unfurl his wings just a bit. And she stands over them. You see Krasnodol. He goes, "Oh, yes, another gift? All right, come on, Papa needs something good." And you see Dole just go, "I hope I can make flowers." And he just goes, "What?" That is, and you see the red dragon, the energy swelling in his chest, going up to his neck. And you see the dragon. He looks like he's in Igni from where you're looking. You can see the dragon. It looks like he's about to strike them. And you've never seen this before. But then he washes them over in flame, and flame hits them. And Kraz goes, "Wow, okay. I've been through this process, but it's scary every time." But you see, the flame doesn't burn them. It just it goes within them and it swirls them, and you see Kraz now has wings. And you see Dole is a little bit more bulky. And you see Kraz go, "Ha yes, that's what I'm talking about. I got wings, everybody. I got wings. That's what we call a good hard day's work." And you see Dole kind of just like to himself while Kraz is just saying all this stuff. You see Dole just kind of flexing himself, kind of, "Well, this is pretty nice." And he's just flexing. You see them just doing all that. And you see the dragon. "Very well. These gifts belong to you now. And now, my final gift." And Kraz goes, "Whoa, 2 for 1, okay. All right, let's go ahead and do it. I'm ready. I'm ready." And he holds his hands up. He says, "I'm ready. I'm ready for it." And Dole just goes, "I'm ready." Still flexing. He just, "I'm ready for it." And then you see the dragon inhale this time. But you see a iridescent swirl of magic. And you see, as he inhales, Kraz just saying, "Yes, I'm ready for it." And you see Dole just still flexing. But then you see the dragon inhale. And you see something being pulled from them. And you see, as it begins to being pulled from them, you see their scales are dark red scales similar to yours. You see spots of gray begin to form and grow all along their body and on their skin. You see Kraz drop his hands and go, "Okay, I'm not feeling too well." You see Dole flexing less and just, oh, brother. And you see the dragon still inhaling even more. And you see the flame that was brought into them being pulled out even more. And you see the gray still spreading amongst their whole body, taking it over. And you just see this magic essence, Igni. You see all of this happening, and you see the magic flowing from them into this dragon. And you see the last of it collect. Dole and Kraz's body fall to the floor, lifeless, gray eyes, moonlit gray eyes now glossy. And you see their bodies fall to the floor. And the dragon, you see as he turns his head. You've only ever seen food and gold and various items that other kobolds bring, and you see this collection of human bodies that are in this cavern, kind of put in an orderly fashion. And you see him take that magic that he took from your brothers and go and breathe out, and you see the magic go into these partially bruised but mostly put together bodies, these dead human bodies of various shape and form. The bodies absorb that magic. And then you see nothing happen at first. But if you want to see more of what happens to this, because the dragon fully turned around, and you saw him imbued this magic into these bodies, I'm going to need another perception check to see further in. You're going to have to go into the cavern, because right now you're standing on the outside looking in. But if you want to go and see what's actually happening,
Alright, perception. That's an 8.
it's an 8. Okay.
An
Wasn't too
8.
high of a DC. Wasn't too high.
Okay.
You tiptoe, tiptoe ever so slightly into the cavern in small form. You won't really make any noise, but you see around the red dragon, you see the energy, the last of it being scattered amongst these bodies. You see a human body just lay there for a second, your heart beating in your chest as you just saw your two brothers drop dead to the floor. You're looking at them as you're sneaking into this cavern deeper. You look ahead. You see one of the bodies flinch and start to writhe on the floor. And it doesn't make any facial expressions as it just writhes on the floor. You see and smell, you begin to smell sulfur, brimstone. You see steam coming off of their bodies as the human body their body grows scales on it. Red, dark red scales grow on it. Its face begins to morph and change to become a little more dragon-like, but it happens ever so slightly. You begin to hear the body just go. And you see more bodies begin to have the same process happen. More brimstone, more steam. And then the bodies. The process slows and gets slower. The not kobold, but the scales sink back into the skin. The face is restructuring into the human form as whatever process this dragon tried to commit to these bodies, it didn't go through all the way. And he just goes, I need more power. I need more. Now, I will have to make a roll here.
Gulp.
Okay. Let's see here. You're in the cavern, and a wisdom perception check. Let's see. Wisdom. What was he had to perception? That's just wisdom. 13. It's 13 to wisdom plus 1. Okay. Okay. Perception. Yeah, he adds. Oh, right. He adds a. He's yeah. I don't actually need to roll because he has a plus. He adds a plus 13 to perception. I'd roll just for dramatic effect, but he has a plus 13 perception. So as you see this process, he turns to you. Again, frightful presence from a dragon. You want to stick around to ask questions? What are we doing?
I'm just gonna head out.
And
I think I saw something over there.
you sprint for the door, leave through another cavern and another hole made through, and you run, you run, you run, heart beating out of your chest. You just saw your two brothers die. They were given gifts, and their scales turned gray. Enough of this. You see their bodies flashing in your mind. You run through the forest till your legs give way, leaving your pack, everything, your family, other kobolds in this in your tribe behind, just leaving it all after seeing whatever happened to them, and obviously not wanting it to happen to you. You run through the forest until midnight hits. Your legs give way. You're fatigued. You're exhausted, and then you hit the ground running as you're just exhausted. Obviously, just running through this whole forest. And as you ran through this whole forest, you got pretty far away. You then smell an aroma. It's smell fish, smell seafood. Your eyes kind of open, and you just see a man in all black clothing sitting on a log next to a burning bonfire with three other members. A tabaxi woman who's like a cat lady. For fear of copyright, we're not saying the other one, Catwoman. We're not saying that. No one heard that. We see a high elf gentleman.
Feline lady.
Feline, that works. Feline lady, that works. See a high elf man sitting there on another log, and you see a orcish gentleman, another half orc, in the middle, just looking arms crossed at the fire. And you see the normal human man in this party, brown, flat, like he doesn't really have any style to his hair, just brown hair, brown eyes, human man, kind of lanky in size, dexterous.
Mhm.
You see him, and he just goes, "Well, Sleeping Beauty there. Looks like you finally woke up. You kind of just fell randomly in the forest at our camp. Are you doing all right?"
Better now, I guess. In a way.
Right. So, you want to partake? Or he points to the fish that he's been cooking.
That was decent. I'll have a bite.
All right, I'll have a bite. Yeah, I'll have a bite, he says. And you see the other ones don't really laugh. He's like, all right, you just. Okay. Well, first things first. And he starts cutting the fish in half, takes out a dagger, cuts it in half, tosses you the other half. My name is Tristan. This is my merry band. Uh, my merry band. We're just here having a bit of a nice campfire amongst the stars here. What do you bring to this campfire? What do you bring yourself? It seems, but what brings you to ours other than Lady Fate herself?
All I can say is stroke of luck, my friend.
A stroke of luck. Shuffles just a stroke of luck. That's what we like to hear, don't we, Jensen? You see the half-orc gentleman just go, I am so tired of you talking. It's like, what? did I do? I'm just telling you about our new friend here, about what our escapades here are doing in the forest. And you see the feline lady just go, um, well, Tristan, you know that we have to get in the move in the morning, so if you actually could, we've been waiting for you to put this fire out. He just goes, why didn't you actually tell me instead of letting me cook a whole new fish here? And I was making this all, well, okay, I wasn't making it for everyone. I was doing it myself. But why didn't you just tell me to put out the fire? And then you see the other person who was the high off gentleman just go, I was actually gonna kick the fire out until your new friend here apparently came in. So I was actually trying to help us out, everybody. And they all just go, yeah, go ahead and shut up right now. They all just tell him to shut up. He's like, right. Why do I do this with these people every time? And he just mumbles to himself. And Tristan just goes, all right, so what's your name? As obviously you know, mine is Tristan now.
Sorry for the rudeness. It's Igni.
Igni. Right. So forgive me, but it is a firecracker of a name. He points to everyone else and they go, please, please, I want to go to sleep. We have to wake up so early tomorrow. And he just goes, all right, all right. None of you are fun anymore. He looks back at you saying, they're not fun anymore. God. Well, Igni, seems as though you're a little worse for wear. You took a nice nap, but now, as my comrades here have said, and they've all walked back to their camps, their tents that they have placed here. It's like a little opening space here in the forest, and they have tents
Mhm.
posted up a little ways away. They all go back, and he's like, well, as you know, my comrades here need their rest, their beauty sleep, apparently. So, unless you have somewhere else to go, would you just like to join us in the morning?
So I got nowhere to go, so I'll take you up on that.
Great. Pulls a bedroll from behind the log, tosses it to you. You can have he gestures to the open space. All that. I'm gonna go in my tent. And Igni turns back around. You say you don't really have anywhere else to go, do you?
Mm, nah, at the moment.
Right. He kind of does like a little inspection of you. You see his eye. He's for a joking kind of guy. He looks at you kind of with daggers as like a immediate inspection. He just goes, okay. So you're much like us. Nothing else left. You know, from wherever you ran from, you were exhausted. You ran a far ways away, coming out of nowhere in the forest. And he's just kind of walking around you. Hmm, quite, just don't mind me saying, you're kind of mm, small. That's the word. So
I'm used to
if
that.
you uh, it's kind of small, but that doesn't mean that doesn't have that advantages. See, if you join us, that advantage of being small, so quiet, because when you ran through the forest, I kind of didn't see you until your body just was next to me. So I would say, huh, this is very interesting meeting here, Igni. All right, we'll talk about it in the morning. He walks back to his tent, and you make your bedroll out here in the middle of nowhere with this random group of people, and you drift off to sleep. Morning comes, and you see Tristan standing over you with a knife to your neck.
For the love of.
Good morning, Sleeping Beauty. So, nothing to live for. Do you have anything that draws you to have a purpose in this world? Answer quickly. Kind of pushes the
I
knife
didn't want
to
to be
your
free,
neck.
okay?
Freedom. See? I knew you would answer correctly. He takes a knife from your neck, puts it back in his pocket. Freedom.
Jesus.
Good answer. It's a great answer, nickname. And I think I might have that freedom for you. If you wish to join us on this adventure back to we have to make it back to the slums in the city. We have to make sure did you made sure to get the missive, right? He turns to the half-orc gentleman. You made sure to get the missive, right? And he just goes, yeah, I have it right here. He goes, great, open up for us. The half-orc kind of looks at Tristan, looks at you, looks at Tristan again. He goes, um, he's not really supposed to hear this. And he goes, oh, it's fine, it's fine. I'm sure after he sees what he has to see, he's got nothing to live for, and he wants freedom. That's enough for me. And then he's half-orc and goes, all right. Well, if you get in trouble, I don't want anything to do with this unsanctioned hire. And then he just goes, it's always whining. Just open it. He opens it, opens the missive, and it just says, the circus is back in town. And he goes, perfect. Perfect. Right. Circus is back in town. Stock up. Right. Igni, you are about to join us on this. If you wish, you still have a choice in the matter. That is, since you have nothing, I kind of considered you would be a part of this. So if you wish, follow us to your freedom, or stay here in this dingy forest with nothing but trees and bushes.
Technically, there's no second option, so I'll follow
Great!
you.
Great! And he kind of grabs your hand, shakes your hand really hard, and obviously shaking you in the process. And yells, great! Thank you so much for joining this. Everyone, a formal invitation. Formal, not invitation, ceremony, coronation, whatever you want to name it. Welcome our new brethren here. Igni, you said you're a kobold, right?
Yes.
Okay, the kobold! Igni joining our merry band. Welcome, Igni. We and much of our order, there's so much to have you. So glad to have you. All right, everyone, got the tents packed, bedrolls made. Let's go ahead and head out. And then they start heading out of the forest, and you join them. You're running up next to Tristan, and you walk towards what you believed in this moment as your freedom. Time passes. You join up with them in the slums of the city of Kuthvarat, and you see this dazzling circus. You see many people, sorcerers and wizards, doing a lot of tricks and just a lot of fanfare going on here. And then Tristan leads you down to where the circus kind of made an entrance from, and he says, "Come on." He enters, and it's kind of like a TMNT situation where like a manhole cover opens up
Mhm.
in the middle of nowhere in the alleyways in the slums, and then you go down, and it's this the circus is cart drawn, but it has like a trail of carts, much like anything else. It has like a trail of carts following the main cart that has mostly just more or less driving and stuff, but the main attractions are being pulled by this cart. Um, uh, and the main attractions are showing off, and it's covering the manhole cover in this moment. Um, but you slip down there, all of them go down there, and you see that it's a expansive down here. It's huge. This expansive network of other people dressed in black. You see some people practicing on dummies. You see some people taking bounties off the bounty board. Um, and you just see, oh, there she is. You see some people pointing up to just some figure, feminine figure, hair drooped over the eyes. Can't really tell who it is, but you just see, it looks like they did it again. The Red Death, right? That's a cool name. So, everybody, anyone think that's cool? Yeah. Anyway, she made it to the top of the bounty board again. And you see, wow, it's just how she does things, how she works is pretty crazy. Did you hear about the last massacre she had? Leaving 30 bodies in a room, dead, mangled, crippled, everything, leaving nothing behind, only their bodies. It was an amazing story. And my friend told me that. And the other guy just goes, oh, what friend was that? Did I meet them before? And he goes, yeah, he was among the 30 bodies that she killed. Yeah. He goes, oh, yeah. And then move from that, you see other people scattered amongst this. And it's just a network of people down here. And you see them all talking to one another, sharing info, secrets. You see Tristan walking through this crowd of people as he introduces you to the boss. And Tristan leads you into the room, and then he opens the door. This room it looks like a normal office, but it's got this not velvet, but it's got purple wallpaper all along the walls, sparkles kind of going placed around. It's got sort of these purple and gold banners hanging down that are just like the symbol of the Primrose Circus. It's got the symbol of a primrose in the center, that's being swirled. It looks like when you twirl a flower like a small flower in between your fingers, it looks like it's spinning. It's the symbol is that motion, and there's colors on top of the petals, and they're making that kind of flurry of color. And you see a guy in like this. He's currently standing in front of a mirror, and he's putting on this like showman outfit. He's like, all right, well, it's a bit tighter than I remember. Oh, Tristan, who is this? Tristan. Right, boss. This is Igni. He kind of pushes you forward into the room. This is Igni. I picked him up from the forest. He's got nowhere to go, and the only thing he wants is freedom. And I thought I'd bring him to the man in the top hat, huh? And he points to the top hat, and the guy clearly doesn't like the top hat. He's like, don't ever mention the top hat again, Tristan. Not while I'm here. You remember the last time I wore that top hat, correct? And the Tristan goes, yes, sir. I apologize. But I brought you to him. Or I brought him to you. Sorry. And he goes, thank you, Tristan. So you are Igni, as I presume. And you
Yes.
don't know how he knows your name. Don't know how he knows your name. It's kind of weird.
Huh.
He just says, so, Igni, I realize that didn't make any sense. He did say his name. Uh, so he knows your name because Tristan said it. Little. Um, so
I am
uh,
Agamotto.
you see, yeah, that's what I need in this moment. So you see, he talks to you. He's like, okay, Igni, well, um, so Tristan brought you here in hopes of you having freedom? I don't understand. You just wish to get away from it all, is what I assume.
Yes.
Right. Okay. That can work. And he does the same thing that Tristan did. A quick analysis of what you are, your stature, build, what you look like. And then he just tilts his head to the side and just goes, small. Perfect.
I always get that.
Yes, sorry. I know. I know height thing is, yeah. So, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that you can be a good candidate for what we have set up here. Well then, if what Tristan says is true, and you do wish to join our little band of criminals down here, assassins, rogues, whatever have you. And if you wish to truly join the circus, all you need to do, and he puts out a paper, hands you a pen, all you need to do is sign right here.
That's it.
That's it. You sign it.
Wow, that's easy. All right.
All right. You sign your name. He takes out the paper, rolls it, and he puts it in like a bin with other rolled up parchments. All of those are tied, but since yours is new, it's not tied just yet. And so he uh, puts it in there. He goes, "Great, welcome to the circus." And we leave from that. We go through a whole montage scenario of you doing various acts and various missions with Tristan and his band, and doing more just assassin work, stealing, assassinations, um, what have you here in this assassin work. But as you're doing this work,
Mm-hmm.
what is Igni feeling as he's going through a couple months adapting, changing, and as you're changing, you're gaining these skills of a rogue and an assassin, and within you kind of feel like your heartbeat for a second. This is on a mission randomly, and you just feel your heartbeat for a second, and you feel like this well of energy.
Guys, I gotta go.
Okay,
Okay.
Next
all
time y'all
right,
introduce my next time y'all when y'all introduce my character, I'm finna be on some bullshit. Just wait.
all right, all right. Okay, so
I'm gonna be back, chat.
right, so feel this well of energy within your body,
Mm-hmm.
and you feel like it's giving you some strength in a moment where you're up against this really big brutish guy, and he's got you pinned. It's you have your mission is to kill him. You feel magic energy well up within you, and it's potential, but you don't know. It's a feeling, shifting energy, and you feel like it's writing something on you. But in the moment, you take your blade and you successfully somehow get out of this you get out of the grasp of this brutish man, and you run up his back and slit his throat from the neck forward. You grab onto him and you slit his throat, and he's dead. And in that moment, you feel the magic well up in you, and you feel like you've learned something, not physical, but it definitely, whatever it was, helped you in this moment. And that feeling happens again and again over time as you're with this assassin group. But now, what is Igni feeling after years of this assassin group and kind of not really having friends here, other than sort of Tristan?
It was fun, but it just doesn't feel right to stay.
Think that
I think
thought.
I need to move on again.
You think you need to move on again. That same thought. You can't help but think of what happened that night in the cavern. But it's that same feeling that you need to move on. And so in the night falls, and you leave. It's weird. You would think joining an assassin group have some kind of drawback of leaving, but it's not really anything. You just leave. And before you do, as soon as you get from the manhole, close it back, the Primrose Carnival is kind of shut down for the night. Everything's quiet. You still still movement here in the network, and you move and you have all your things, and you leave, and you see the boss. You don't know his name. You see the boss just there on the outside, standing a little ways away from the manhole. He just goes, "So you're leaving us?"
Yeah, it's been fun, but I think it's time for me to move on.
Unfortunate, but you see him Take a cigar, light it. Unfortunate, but it's all right. If you ever need our services, he turns around to you. You'll come back when you need to, but you will. Right. Well, uh, gestures from out of the slums. Have at you. May the world be your oyster. And then he walks back into Carnival. You leave, and once again you're found running through the forest, swiftly, moving swiftly, and again another montage of you doing things on your own now. You're taking bounties from the bounty board. You're doing more bounties, you're doing more side gigs, building your own self reputation. But once again that feeling of isolation and loneliness, and you don't quite get that you don't isolating yourself again, like moving, you wanted to move, but now you're isolated, and now you don't have anyone. Your brothers are gone, as you know, and you can't help but think what happened to everyone else. If he said in the moment you heard him say, I need more power, what leaves for what is left for all of them? That goes through your mind. And then again, isolation hits you. You have no friends here. You have a massive reputation at this point. It's been a couple more months have passed. You built yourself a nice little reputation, but and the gold is good, but it's not the same as having anything close to friends or anything. And so, as you're walking through the forest, your pack slung over your shoulder, exhausted once again, find yourself once again falling to exhaustion, which you don't ever take breaks, falling to exhaustion in front of another aroma that hits your nose. A lovely, another unique, it's different, it's a unique smell, spices, herbs. And there have been moments where you've camped out for the night and you've cooked a couple things, what you could find, what you had, what you bought from various traders, things like that. So you've been cooking while you were on the road. So you smell some familiar spices and herbs, and some stuff that you've been cooking with in the while you were in the cavern with this red dragon. And as you go, you smell this aroma. You sneak in into what you see is a restaurant. In the middle of this forest, you see like a little village a ways away from like the restaurant kind of sits on a bit of a hill, and you over that overlooks the village, and it's got lights on. You obviously can smell food cooking, and there's joyous music and laughing going on inside, and you smell this delicious food. Do you go inside?
Yep.
Go inside, and I'm going to need a stealth check.
Alrighty. Lady Luck. It's a 10 plus 7, 17.
17.
Wait. Whoa. That was a wrong roll. I did side of hand by accident. Stealth.
Oh,
Here we go. 19.
okay, even better. You sneak in, no problem. The door opens with your thieves' tools, whatever you have at the moment. Sneak in, no problem. You follow the smell, that unique aroma, and you see a boiling pot on a stove as you enter the back door of this place and you enter the kitchen. You see this pot of stew on the stove, and it smells pretty good. And you see as you look at the stove that's like on your right, you look on your left, and then you see this half-orc gentleman, salt and pepper beard, salt and pepper hair, a slash that goes across his nose. That at this point in time in the story you don't know yet, but
Mm-hmm.
you see him, see this pot, and you just can't help and not add a little something to this pot to make it smell even better than what it does now. You make your way up to the pot with this 19 stealth. Make your way up to the pot and well, just describe what Igni looks like as he's crafting with this pot of stew already.
Well, just on the counter, just letting the nose guide me of what I need. Little oregano, little little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know.
Little ratatouille scene happening here. Just adding oregano, spices, whatever you could find. Opening up the cupboards. Open up the covers. Immediately, your nose is overwhelmed by spices. You fall back a little bit. You kind of stand up. Okay, you're good. Grab spices. You got a little. You see, kind of look around. The spices are kind of up on a shelf. So you kind of grab like you makeshift a step stool with a bunch of pots and pans you see hanging around, and you kind of grab the spices, add them in, da 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 da, and you boom, the door opens. So, what do you think would happen when you would walk in here thinking you could touch my stew?
uh, what's that over there?
What's that? You run, you look the other way. Immediately, he just goes, Simon, get the shovel. Grabs a pan from the rack, throws it at you, and immediately, boom, your head slams into the pan, making a beautifully accurate outline of your face as you fall backwards on the floor, unconscious. Simon just goes, "All right," comes in. Without the you just hear a voice, but you hear just a voice, and you just hear this kid come in, run in. Before you lose consciousness, you just see him go, "All right, I got the shovel. What the fuck is it?" And you lose consciousness, and then you wake up. You wake up in a bed in a room. Your wounds that you've gotten over the course of these couple weeks uh, have been fashioned with bandages. You're rested. You wake up in this dimly lit room, the door wide open. It's kind of like upstairs.
Mm.
You don't know where you are, and kind of been left alone again. Same scenario. You wake up. You're not surrounded by anyone this time, but you just hear still, you're clamoring, but it's not as much clamoring from when you walked in. What you can surmise is that there was a lot of people in here before. Now there's barely anyone other than just the two voices, the two familiar voices you heard before you lost consciousness. You hear, Simon, bring me the plates from table 3, table 4. Come here and put them in the sink and start cleaning. And you see Simon just goes, okay, all right, I got the plates. Not really good at carrying these plates. Ah, shit. Simon, did you drop another stack of plates? That better not have been another stack of plates I just heard fall on the floor. And Simon just goes, I can't lie to you. And he goes, all right. So what I'm gonna do, and you get up at this moment, you travel down the hall listening to this obvious scorning of Simon dropping these plates. You walk back in, or you walk downstairs, and as the half-orc gentleman is berating the other kid, which you can assume is known as Simon, he just goes, "I'm sorry, Grenand. Look, I did not mean to drop any of these. I told you many times I cannot pick up these plates on my own. There's like 30 plates on this table. They eat a lot in here, man." And Grenand goes, "That's not an excuse. I've taught you how to pick up these plates, and again, you keep drop. We don't make too much money, all right? Keep dropping 30 plates a week." And we have to keep going to the same vendor who looks right
Damn.
dead in my eyes and asks me again. And I have to keep going to her and telling her, you dropped another stack of 30 plate. And at this point, you descend the stairs, and Simon goes, well, just tell her, you're charismatic. You got the whole old man thing, DILF thing going on. You know what I mean? You got the whole thing going on, man. It's really good look for it. Oh, uh, you woke up. You see Brunan just going, right, now I got to deal with this. Right. Puts down the plate, kind of throws it on the thing. It breaks. Okay. Either she's selling me fake plates, or these shits are not actual. What's your name?
Igni.
Igni, Brunand, Igni, Simon, Igni. Simon just goes, hey, you see Simon again, Milo from Atlantis, spectacles, black hair, but you
Mm-hmm.
see the runes from the shoulder going down, corkscrewing over the forearm into the palm. You see them kind of also along his, like along the collar bone of his, along his collarbone as well. And you see him just going, hey, so, yeah, name's Simon. Hi, kind of, uh, don't tell him this, but I'm kind of a slave here. And he just goes, what was that? And he goes, right, sorry, I mean, apprentice here. I don't get to leave. And he goes, you can gladly leave when you wish to, Simon, if you want to go down there and deal with uh, him. He goes, oh, you mean Ken? He goes, yes, if you want to go down there and deal with Ken. I don't really wish to deal with Ken, especially so late in the day. And then you hear the door, the entrance open. Boom. You see a little half elf person kick the door in. He goes, Grunand, my pal, my buddy, how you doing? And he just goes, I told you, Ken, you can't keep kicking my door in, or I will cut you. And you see him point up to a giant, this broadsword, gleaming broadsword, golden hilt, brown leather pommel, and you see some runes, or like some runes crafted into the metal on this broadsword, uh, just on the mantle, and he points up to it, and you see Ken just like a little half elf, shock of red hair, it's what is it, cut on the sides, shock of red hair, and you just see him looking at Grunen. He just looks at Simon and goes, "Well, there's Simon. He could fight me." It's like, you know, Simon can't fight. And Simon goes, I'm not going to fight you, Ken. He goes, you know, fun. Well, Greenend, seems as though you once again have foiled 30 plates. Is that what I see on the floor over there? He's, that was not my doing. That was Simon dropping plates again. And Ken just goes, oh, Simon dropping plates again. Cracks his knuckles. And Simon goes, okay, all right, let's take it down a notch. Let's calm down. It's 30 plates. 30 plates. And then Ken says, with my rightly earned money. And he goes, uh, right. Igni, Igni, I'm gonna go pass out upstairs. I don't want to deal with Ken right now. He's being a lot. And he walks upstairs, and Grunan just having to deal with Simon on a daily basis is a toll enough. Half of his saltiness in his beard, his black and white beard, is due to Simon's just fumbliness, clumsiness. And he goes, right, Ken, meet Igni, the one person. And then Ken goes, oh, is he the one with the nicely decorated plaque on the back? And he points, and you can see from the stairs, you see he's hung up the pan with your face engraved in it from when he hit you, and he kind of hung it up on the
That's
wall as like
uncalled
a
for.
nice little plaque. and he goes, "It's uncalled for." Oh, it's a nice little decoration, I suppose. Looks quite nice. Yeah, do say so myself. And he kind of obviously hung it up there. Well, Greenland, I'm gonna turn in for the night. Igni, nice to meet you. Greenland,
Nice to meet you too.
my mother sends her regards. And once again, compliments to you, chef. And Greenland says, well, you can thank, you can tell her I said thank you in the morning. And Ken goes, right, going to bed. And he grabs, before he leaves, he grabs like a half empty bottle of whiskey off the table, drags it, and brings it up to his room. He's like, I'm just gonna have myself a nice nightcap before I go to bed. And goes up and he's like, don't drink that whole bottle. It will be coming out of your, and the door slams from his room. I want to kill both of them some days. I truly do. Igni, get down here.
Yes, sir.
Downstairs. Sit down at the table. So, who are you? And what brings you to my restaurant?
Uh, you could sell as a passerby, and the you're cooking. It was a good aroma. It drew me in here, honestly.
My cooking drew you in here. Right. Well, can't not say that's not a compliment to my craft here. Now, what you did with that stew. After you passed out, I served your
Passed
stew.
out.
Yes, passed out. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to apologize for stopping an intruder who's possibly poisoning my stew?
You're right. You're right.
That's right. That's what I thought. So I served the stew after I told Simon to take a whiff and a bite of whatever you made, on the count of it possibly being poison and me having one less body to deal with. Um, I served the stew amongst my customers, and can't lie, they loved it. Whatever you made was good, kid. Really good. So, my question to you is, don't get cheeky. I fucking heard that. Don't get cheeky and start trying to find
I
yourself
had
all high
something
and
stuck in my
mighty.
throat.
Right. That's what they all tell. Right, right. I heard that. Aside from that, would you want to keep doing that kind of thing? Cooking, I mean, not breaking and entering.
Duh. Yeah. Got nothing much to do.
I feel like you've said that phrase a lot. Got nothing much to do. Well, it seems your weapons, and he takes a bag from the floor, kind of opens it, bunch of daggers and stuff that you've had over the years, uh, over the couple months.
I was holding those for someone.
You've been holding these daggers that look like they've been cleaned quite meticulously over just holding them for someone else.
Yeah.
Why do I not believe you? I want you to tell me why I don't believe you.
Oh.
Shrug the shoulder. Right. Yeah. Right. Shrug of the shoulders. Okay. So, whatever business that you've got going on outside this restaurant, if this is my proposal, if you wish to keep making food and are avoiding some whatever outside this door, outside this restaurant, if you wish to keep making food here, you will have room and board here. I don't kick anyone out without the right terms, although Simon makes it pretty hard to keep those morals. And Simon just shouts from the steps, I'm sorry, man. I just please. And close the door again. If you want to keep those bed chambers of yours that you've been politely given, all you have to do is cook, make food, and I will take your cooking skills and add them to my merry band here in this restaurant of mine. And that will free me up to take Simon off of the cooking wheel. You hear Simon upstairs. Thank God. I hate cooking. I can't do it. I don't know why you keep putting me on the cooking wheel. And it's like, stop listening in. Very thin walls. It's not my fault. Stop listening in on this conversation. Simon just goes, I'm sorry. I'll go back to bed. But just keep talking. Just keep talking. So, anyway, love the kid. But he's kind of, he makes my blood boil some days. Um, Back to you. If you wish to bring your cooking skills here and focus on that, I can do that for you. But as long as it's not free room and board like those two upstairs, it's not free room and board. You have to cook, clean, do some work around here if you want to have your stay. Is that agreed?
I can work with those terms.
Right. Time for the blood oath. He grabs the sword off the mantle. He's like, right. And it's a giant broadsword. It's kind of stabbed into the wind table. Standing over you, obviously. He's like 6 foot, standing over you with his broadsword. Time for the blood oath. And then Simon just goes, oh God, not the blood oath, making it more dramatic. And he's like, Simon. And then Ken just kind of downstairs, like going, I am the best in the world. And he's like, Ken, what are you doing? Oh, he's drunk again. And Ken's just walking downstairs with the bottle that he brought upstairs, already half, like all of it's gone. And he kind of whoop, and he throws it from the stairs, and it shatters on the ground next to the 30 plates that have been shattered. And then Grunan goes, he grips the broadsword a little tighter, and he goes, I'm going to deal with you in a second. Welcome to the cafe. Ken, Ken just goes, yes, Grunan, my good friend. And he goes, come here. And he brandishes the broadsword, and Ken just goes, oh, he's got the broadsword out. And he runs upstairs. And then we move from this funny display of how Grunan deals with Simon and Ken, and we move from that memory back to the current moment of you staring into this pot, and you turned off the stove. This isolated restaurant hasn't been active for a while, and you just think of the good times. And you hear a knock at the door. You hear someone. He's like a regular. He's, or not. Sorry, not a regular. Sorry, it's knock on the door, and politely opening the door, you see Simon and Ken, and they're like, they come in. You can just go, okay, why is there no lights on in here? And Simon just goes, I think there's nobody. Oh wait, no, the kitchen light's on. Igni, are you back there?
I'm here.
Okay, all right, he's back there. So kind of got the lights off. Kind of weird. And they kind of just you see Simon. When he casts magic, you see the rune kind of pulse blue for a second, and then you see it go under the palm through his finger, and then just and the little firebolt cantrip shoots out his hand as he snaps, and then it lights the other torches in the space. He goes, "All right, much better." Igni, and he walks back to the kitchen. Hey, so we're gonna go ahead and start getting the kitchen ready and food prepped for the funeral. So, you think you can manage, or
I can manage. I can manage.
right? Okay, great. Just want to check in. Okay, all right, Ken, come on. We gotta start setting up the tables and things like that. And Ken goes, all right, start setting up tables. Less energy here. And we move from that space, that kind of mournful space, through the air to another place. We see kind of on a, it's over the trees through the forest, and we see down into the forest on just a road that cuts through. We see feminine figure, lean, wearing kind of this leather tacky armor, a long sword on her hilt, kind of shabby hair down in front of her face, with a nice cloak covering her face, draped on the back. And we see Kaya. Would you like to introduce your character walking down this road? If she's yeah,
Give me a
okay.
moment. I did not know we were getting to me yet.
That's the fun of a roll with a D4.
Nah, she's just slow.
Alright. Not slower than your character.
Oh, jipes and jinx at the table. Ha
Kumbaya.
ha. Kumbaya.
My character stands at a whopping 6 foot. Built damn near like Rhea Ripley. At like 165 pounds.
Right.
She's got dark caramel skin with gray undertones. Her hair is completely white with a couple of black streaks in it. Eyes are red with speckles of green that are very noticeable when you look into her eyes. Scars covering most of her body and face, and fingernails are like not like claws, but like cat claws, kind of.
Mm-hmm. That's all?
Yeah, that's
All the
about it.
descriptions?
That's
All
about
right.
it.
Okay. You see, as she explained, this hulking woman walking down this road, this cloak covering her white hair that hangs in front of her face, this long sword at her hilt, and it doesn't really have a. It has a sheath. It's a nice little sheath. It's a sheath that's brown in color, but with a sort of flowery rivulet collection of rivulets of and green and gold going throughout it, with that ends in like a that has like a rope tied on the end of the sheath that just hangs there. It's like a little golden sim colored of the rivulets that hangs from it from the hilt.
I
And
would.
you,
Can
yeah,
I
go
add
ahead.
something?
Go ahead.
Not decked out in jewelry, but she does have some piercings, gold on her as well.
Mm,
Pretty shiny.
pretty shiny. Okay, got some decked out with a little bit of bling here, here and there. And brandishing this long sword as she walks down. Let's see here. She's walking down this road, seemingly from going nowhere, but she walks her way down and through this dingy forest, and there's a moment as you're stepping and you reach a familiar patch of uh, familiar patch of forest because you've lived through this in this forest, and you make your way up the road to a empty and not bustling or anything, but you see in this opening space as you walk down this road, this opening space, you see a massive castle here. There's a border that's made out of, before you enter this castle, that's just this massive, beautiful castle that's here, sitting in kind of like it's giving Rapunzel's tower in this massive greenery that surrounds it. And the border before getting into it is just, it's like a wreath that goes in. And when you were walking down the road, you kind of went off the path a little ways, but you knew that this is where you needed to be before just magic opening up this wreath of white flowers adorning it, and you step through and you see a castle, one that is familiar to you. You step through, it's nothing's happening here. Walk up to the castle, and you look up at the top floor. You see various, and you see kind of it's not desolate. Well, it's not desolate, but there's just nothing happening here. It's not cold because it's hot right now. It's kind of sunny, and it's like peeking through the clouds. So it's not cold, it's not desolate, but there's just nothing happening. It's quiet. It's really quiet. And as you're on the outside of the castle, you look up. What is your character's name? As she looks up,
Nixatori Valentinus.
Nixatori, or Nix, as she would like to be called, I assume. Uh, she looks up at the top floor, top window. What is Nix thinking in this moment to herself? She looks at the top floor.
I, I guess she's kind of reminiscing about her past a little bit as she's
Okay.
looking up.
You look up, reminiscing. Do you walk into the castle as you try to make your way to the first floor or to the top floor?
I look around first before walking up to this castle.
Okay. Take a look around. Go ahead and make a perception check.
How do I roll on this
You
app?
can go to your character sheet and there's like should be a little blue dice button
Ooh.
on the bottom. Do you see
Well,
it?
it's red because I'm in edit.
Oh,
Do I have
okay.
to be out of edit?
I would go to view. You're on your PC, right?
Nope.
Okay. I'm double checking. But
Oh,
on
I
the
see the blue
phone,
dice. Nah, I got it. I
yeah.
see. I see it. I
Okay.
see the blue
Yeah.
dice. Which die?
Just roll a d20. Oh no, perception check. Yes, roll the d20.
Do I have to click something specific for like a specific roll?
Just roll the d20 and then add whatever it is for your perception.
Got an 11.
Okay, got an 11. It's not too high of a DC. You're just looking around. A familiar space that you already know. So you look around at this castle. Yo, Eli, shut the fuck up, dog. Uh, you look
I
around.
was choking!
you
I was
look around.
choking!
You look around.
Damn!
Then choke quieter. You look around this castle. Nothing's happening, but you see on the right side of the castle, you see a garden back there, like a little homemade vineyard back there. It's some of the plants have died, been dead. Some of the grapes and stuff that were hanging haven't been taken care of, so they're gone. And you just look around and see all that. And then as you're making rounds just around the castle because it's possible to go fully around the castle because it's not entirely big. It's a big castle, but it's more just like it's almost like a dollhouse in the middle of nowhere in a big expanse. And surrounding this castle has various activities. So it's just the garden vineyard makeshift over on the right side, and then on the I'm sorry, on the left side, and then on the right side you see that's more of like a stable for horses, and you see kind of like a training ground a bit. Uh, that's kind of a bit on the ways away. It's kind of a bit of a training ground, horses stable, obviously empty, and you're just looking around and seeing all of that and strewn about every now and again as you're walking through, just looking, you step on something and you hear like a crack. And it's kind of the grass and stuff around here is there's a road going up to the castle, and then there's you see that there was is greenery here on it's not just desolate sand or anything. It's grass, it's greenery, but it's obviously grown over to what it usually would be. Um, and nature has begun to take this area where the castle is back since it's been unkept. And you hear a crack in the grass. You look down and you lift your foot up and you see a human skull. What does Nyx remember in this moment as you see fragments of something? Not everything, but just something.
She's looking at the skull. And everything kind of just starts to flood back to what happened here.
As everything floods back, we go back to a time when this place was bustling with people. There were people here, there was life here. You see various other people who look similar to you, but they're adorned in nice plate armor. You see other people, you see horses being put in the stables. You see other people, these what will be known as drow, here living on the sun, under the sun, which is some people who know what drows are. That's very strange for them to be topside, but nevertheless, they're here. They're planting, they're gardening, they're tending to the vineyard. There's horses being put up in the stables. You see kids running around. You see the training happening. You see this kind of a more brutish kind of drow gentleman looking over these the other adult figures here who are training with him. He goes, "All right, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, get up. All right, and then you're gonna have to run, do full mile around the castle." And they go, "Mile? This thing's not that huge, sir. I mean, okay, we're not trying to be rude, but a full mile around the castle." And he just goes, "I don't want to hear it. Full mile around the castle, or the castle grounds, very much so. Okay, well, you know what? You got me there. It is not a full mile around the castle, but you will have to go through the castle grounds and run a lap." And they all, okay, that's a little more manageable. And after that, 50 wind sprints, and go, "Oh my gosh." These cadets, younger, adolescent people, adolescent drow, they go, "Oh my gosh." Um, and they, and one of them just goes, the brutish drow gentleman just goes, "What was that?" And one of the cadets just go, "Nothing, sir. Going to do this now." And they all, there's like three of them, they all just go and take a lap around castle grounds. Then you see on the vineyard side, you just see some people, men and women, tending to the garden, some tending to the vineyard, and you just see rich, bountiful fruits that they also are plucking from this orchard that is on the other side as well. You see a vineyard, this beautiful garden, it's a little thing, and then you see this massive orchard that goes on a little ways through the forest that they're just picking apples and various fruits from. You see the kids running around, just playing amongst themselves, enjoying their time. And then you see a man stepping down from the castle, wearing kind of this gold plate armor. He's got what is it's he's got gold plate armor, golden greaves, boots, kind of chainmail running in between each one, running in between each part of the armor. And Kyle, would you like to describe your father? I believe I have some of his descriptions here.
I don't truly remember, but
I think I have some
he's
descriptions here, but we'll just say for the sake of it, he looks like you as you described, but he has
yeah, but
black
he's
hair.
more caramel,
He's
black
more
hair.
caramel, black hair. He has
He
green
doesn't have the gray
eyes.
undertone. He's got more of a earthy undertone, like green,
Right,
olive
right.
kind of.
Yes. That's his eyes, black hair, green undertone of olive eyes. He's more earthy, matching. And you just see him kind of step out of the castle and just go, "Hmm, another wonderful day here." seems that Captain, don't work them too hard. And you just see the drow. Right, I won't work them too hard. And he kind of winks and he goes, "No, no, I'm serious. Don't work them too. It's really bright out today. I wouldn't work them too hard." And he goes, "Right, not work them too hard." He winks again. Okay, right, right. He's gonna do that. Um, Nix, he calls out to you as you're playing with the other kids, and if you would like to describe little 6-year-old Nixatori Valentinus, Kaya, if you want to, what she looks like, what she's wearing, what she's playing with these other
Little Nyx
kids.
has completely white hair at this age. Hasn't really got the black streaks just yet.
Hmm, hmm.
Uh, she's got that more earthy tone. She's darker because she's, been outside in the sun a lot, working with
Right,
the general and stuff like that.
right,
Pretty scrawny kid. Like,
right.
you would think, after all, like, the whole working out thing, pretty buff kid with, like, biceps,
Like a little
abs.
kid
Nope.
buff, a little buff
Little
kid that
buff
you've
kid, little,
seen,
little
like
buff
Miracle.
Rambo.
A little
Nope,
buff
just
Rambo.
really scrawny kid.
Right. And you
Not
see,
many scars at all, not many cuts, doesn't like to really get hurt that much in the first place.
right, scraped your knee, cried for days. Uh, but as the general turns back to your father, Pharaon calls to you. He goes, "Right, Pharaon, I won't work them too hard. But see, if I can run drills with little Nicks there, then I think these adolescents can take a little bit of a beating." And he just goes, "Okay, sure, right." And he holds out his hands to you as he scoops you up. He holds you on his left arm. He goes, "So," he asks you, "have you been playing a lot today? You look a little dirty. Playing in the mud again?"
Yeah.
How many times have I told you or asked you not to play in the mud, especially next to. Uh, where did you say you played again?
I was just playing out here in the mud. There's nothing wrong with it. Mom says I can get dirty.
Okay, well, that's your mother. And uh, he looks over at the vineyard, which was undisturbed, but then before he called to you, you were playing in the mud next to the vineyard. Some plants got messed up, covered in mud. I mean, that's fine, plants, but keeping the visage of the vineyard kind of clean and pristine. He's not really much of a germaphobe, but he's just like, "Oh, you ruined the okay." So you went over there and you played in the mud next to the vineyard that looked really nice today. Okay. Well, we're going to have to go inside and then give you a bath. And he kind of does the
But I
whole
don't
like,
want to go inside.
well, you're gonna have to, Nix, because you smell and you have mud all over your clothes. The clothes that we just got you, and we're gonna have to clean you up because you and, okay, what? And he kind of smells your clothes and okay, so honey, that was not all mud. That was not all. We do have. Okay, that's my fault. It's my fault. We don't have any. These horses do kind of go anywhere they. Anyway, moving on. We're gonna have to clean you up, uh, my dear. And he begins to walk inside, and he goes inside, gives you a bath, cleans you up, and as you're getting out the bath, he just goes, "Okay, doesn't that feel a little better? You know, clean, pristine, smelling good." And he kind of tickles you a little bit. And he goes, "Okay, how do you feel?"
I guess I feel a little better. It's
See?
not great. I like rolling around the mud,
Okay, we're gonna have to correct
but
that behavior. But a bath is good. You know, a bath keeps you clean, keeps you nice and orderly, and especially takes the fatigue from you after you've had a wonderful day of playing around in the mud. He makes quotations in the mud, sort of. Well, we had to clean you up because then you wouldn't be able to. I don't know. Kind of fumbles around. I don't know if you kind of wanted to join me on patrol again because I kind of know that you
Patrol?
love your patrol. It's you wouldn't be able to join me if you weren't clean. So now that you're clean and you say you want to go back in the mud again, and you're unclean, and then taking a bath is gonna take a while, and I'm gonna be on patrol again. So unless you want to skip out on that
No,
completely
no, 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 no.
arranged.
I'll take the bath. I'll go with you. I'll go with you.
Great, great.
She's like
He kind
nodding
of
her head like furiously.
yeah, he laughs to himself and goes, "Okay, all right, I get it." He ruffles your head, white hair. He kind of looks at it.
Give me one moment. I will be back, and I'll tell you when I'm back.
Okay. Um. So ruffles her head as they both begin to go patrolling. And on this patrol, they take their sweet time going through and just looking at the various acres that they have, that the family here has. And from moving from this patrol, we see another group of men who are in the forest taking their own patrols. You see them kind of decked out in these sort of gold and orange, kind of sun looking, like gold and orange clothing as they're walking towards Farron and Nyx. And that is where we can take a break.
Cool.
I know that's not really.
Break.
Yes. Gone on for a while, so.
Really? Wow.
I was.
When did he get here?
He's been here.
He's been here. He just kind of stepped in.
I had no notification.
Yeah,
He
he's been
stepped
here.
in earlier.
That was amazing, bro.
Right here.
I could almost feel the narrative and the story just coming
The
inside.
storative.
I made another new word.
Another new word, storative.
Yeah.
Nice.
The directive. Direction and elective, or whatever it was, and now storative. You know.
No, because I
Good shit.
was making the sword while you were doing Eli's story. So whenever I was up, I was like, wait, huh?
Yeah, I thought my guy was supposed to be the last one, but no, I was first. I was like, oh
No,
shit.
you were first.
I was like, ah shit. Bah, bah, bah. Where's Logan? Logan.
Well, I've been here the whole time.
See, DMing is also improvising.
No, bro.
And you say you're surprised you went first. I'm surprised you went first, but not just because I was going, not just because I was going with what I had written down. I was like, okay, well, I'm going this way instead. So, going this way. So, you like the surprise
Ouch.
of what happened to your
Yeah.
brothers there?
Yeah, I did not take that shit at all.
Great. That's what I wanted.
Fucking hell.
Yep.
That worries me. But at the same time, I'm ready.
That's for sure. A
It
couple
should.
nightmares here and
It
there.
should worry you. It's very bad. Yeah. Very worried.
Always up to something.
Always up to something wrong.
Always up to something. Pom pom pom. Oh yeah, and I was gonna introduce my character's last name later on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I only said, my first name.
Mm-hmm.
So, I can do what we agreed upon, right? And I can kill the entire party.
Bro,
I didn't agree to that.
What?
I didn't agree to that.
Who said it?
I don't know what lies he's spitting, but No one agreed to that.
Okay, DM. He was
Don't
all
say
up in my
okay
DMs
DM me
talking
like I
about.
agreed to it in the
He was all up
shadows.
in my
He was in
DMs.
my DMs talking about some. All right, you're going to kill them here, and we're going to do
No,
this, and this is
no,
how it's
you're
gonna.
wrong.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, no.
I'm fine. I'm
I
light
know,
murderous.
Anthony, you weren't here for the opening, but
Mhm.
basically what was explained was Declan Rowe was giving, who's now the first knight, was giving a speech to
Mm.
was giving a speech to everyone about the possible execution of the beastman who killed the king, and it was a Yuan Ti snake person. They're called Yuan Ti, but it's a snake person or snake people.
Mhm.
Snake folk. She's really scrawny, doesn't look like she could kill a fly, and apparently she killed the king somehow. They found a dagger and evidence leading towards that. He gave a speech saying that with the death of my High Knight captain, former captain, and then he mentioned Jason Santos. Then he said with the disappearance of Grunan Fang, who was the first knight at the time as well, his disappearance. Then he was made the first knight just because of his status, and he was rocketed to first knight um, since he followed in the footsteps of his former captain and first knight.
Mhm.
So he did all that. The queen had to get in there a little bit and tell everyone to calm down and let him explain. And then he proceeded to say that there will be a execution date, but after a time of remembrance for the king, on which the calendar is High Sun, which is Sunday. There's High Suns, which is Sunday. So from Sunday to Ends Day, which is like a week. So High Suns to Ends Day is a full week. So waiting a full week, remembering the king. There's a vigil that's held in the main plaza, and now that's what's happening in the capital. I don't know how far you missed anything. Were you here when Eli's story was happening or scene was happening?
I, I think I came in right when Eli was getting introduced.
Yeah.
Okay.
God dang, he's been
Cool.
here that
Damn.
long.
Yeah, he's
What
been
the
here
fuck?
that long.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
had no
I knew he came in early.
notification.
I knew he came in early. I forgot when. And Kaya, I did already make. You made the homebrew creation, or were you making the design?
I was making the design.
Okay, because I made the homebrew. It's in your inventory.
Mhm. Bet. Because the design that I'm thinking, because you can do whatever with the,
You can read it.
stuff.
It's in your inventory.
Bet. Because I'm thinking of a longsword rapier hybrid.
Okay.
Ooh, that's interesting.
A
Mhm.
Lapier.
Rapier?
Rapier
Lapier.
longsword hybrid.
Longsword rapier.
Technically, yeah, it's a
Lapier, a
rapier, I guess.
longsword,
Yeah, technically
rapier,
it's a rapier.
Lapier.
Lapier. What's actually
But that's what
going
I'm
on here?
designing right now, and I'm trying to. The blade, I think the blade itself is gonna be longsword, so it's gonna be big, but the design of the hilt is gonna be reminiscent of a rapier.
Mhm.
Okay.
So that's what I have going on right now because a rapier sword is mostly for stabbing, not slicing. So
Mm-hmm,
what I'm
mm-hmm,
thinking of doing is the sword width and length is going to be longsword. The hilt and stuff is going to be rapier, and I'm thinking of like the sword itself being able to, one hand or dual hand because you can't do that with long swords. I've like you can
yes.
apparently one hand a long sword. So
Yes.
I'm thinking of the like tip of the sword. Like a what is it? It's a harpoon.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a certain harpoon or something. It has a bunch of spikes on it, and they would slim it out, shoot it at a ship or something like that, and the spikes would go out, and they would
Mm-hmm.
pull the fucking harpoon out, and it would sink that bitch.
Oh, right.
Because it would
That's
take
pretty cool.
everything with it basically on the outside, on
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah.
inside, because of the spikes that come out.
Yeah,
I'm
because it would
thinking
grab on and
of
just
a
boom.
longsword design that's slick going in, and it's got those jagged ends, so whenever she pulls it out, you're dead, basically.
Right. Okay.
And that's the tip of the
Alright.
sword, because I want it to be like she can stab, but she can also, slice like a longsword
Right.
and stab like a rapier.
What kind of goes with what I had? If you want to read,
Bet.
kind of goes with what I had. How do you like your brothers, Eli? Crash
I
and
didn't
Dole.
expect to have more personality like that.
I know. I made those two up, and I was talking to myself. Oh, that's pretty funny.
Yeah. Could be related to some retards.
Yeah,
Bow, bow, bow.
of course.
Damn, they're just like their
I'm.
brother.
Wait, no, cause I'm gonna
Ain't no
message
way.
you about this,
Bow,
Javon.
bow, bow, bow.
I just realized I gotta give my character a deep voice now. Cause I kind of up pitched my voice for Little Nix.
Yeah, you did.
Mhm.
I kind of
Well,
up pitched it,
Now you gotta
but
be a
I didn't
grown
expect the
a
up
grown
pitch. I was like,
woman.
oh.
yeah. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you. It just literally came natural when you were like, "Would you like to say anything, Little Nix?" And I was like, "Ah!" Fucking panic.
I know.
That's some Maple Hospital shit right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh God.
Yeah.
Mental hospital.
W. I also didn't expect to get that high of a roll so early in the game.
I know. I was like, Jesus, like 19. You just walking into the thing. No one noticed.
Boom.
You just phased out and phased into the kitchen. Crazy. And then what you heard before when I was making the perception, being totally honest here, the perception check for the dragon,
Yeah.
that was, no, he has a plus 13. That's not wrong. But
Jesus.
I rolled thinking that I had to roll, and then I looked back, I did double take. That's what you heard clacking. That was me looking up the stats for Red Dragon. I didn't have it on hand. I was like, I gotta do a perception check. See if this thing is here. I didn't roll anything. But I was like, oh, whenever I roll,
What happens if I click
you get
this?
at a plus 13.
I'm gonna be back because I hear my mom in the kitchen, and I did have to go grab her crackers.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna go check on her. Hey, woman, what are you doing in there?
Hey!
Hey, you there. Oh, my lord. Mm-mm-mm. I also saw I
Yo.
have 10 HP. I swear I had 14 HP.
I think I miss my wife.
Alright, know it.
Next up on the docket after Kaya's scene, then we'll go to Logan and then Anthony.
Ah, shit.
Just so everyone's not surprised and flashbang
You know,
at who
save the
goes
best
next.
for last.
Yeah! Number one, baby!
Aside from Tyree, you know,
Do I have to have stuff
save the
open?
best for last and then go to
I
the
have nothing
worst.
open right now.
Your
Unless
character sheet?
your character sheet, yeah, that's the only thing.
I don't know how it works on the mobile app, but on the computer, you just have to click the numbers next to whatever it says, like acrobatics, and then it is automatic roll, and it adds up the bonus. Instead of doing the, click down on the button and roll one of the dice is there. That's what I did.
Yeah.
You nasty fuck. And you over here telling me to shut up, bro. I was choking on the M&M.
An M&M.
And then my hands, because I was muted. And then I went to grab water real quick, and then I hit the unmute button, and I had to mute myself again.
Oh,
When Javon told me to shut up,
all types of way down.
bro,
Does
I'm
not
choking
get
on the
fucked.
fucking M&M.
Shut the fuck up, Eli.
I was like, oh, I was choking.
Shitty ass
I did that to
That
break
nigga
the
said,
ice
"Shut
because
up."
everyone was silent. So I was like, I just did that to break the ice a little bit because I was like,
I was
that
paying
seed.
attention.
I know, but I did that for me. I was
We've
more or
been
less like,
serious this
okay.
entire time, bro. You choking on that M&M was a fucking comic relief.
I did that for comedic relief.
Like shit. Hey, hey, hey. Sorry.
Were you just kind of hitting that shit?
No, I was hitting that shit from the mirror.
Hey.
Never seen a kobold do this. Hey.
Oh!
Chicken
Oh,
wing, chicken
shit!
wing,
He's in the chicken wing.
chicken wing, chicken wing.
Hot dog and bologna.
Alright. Look at him this.
Chicken.
I know full well that he's doing the whole dance perfectly. I know full well
In front
he's
of the
doing the
mirror.
whole dance perfectly in front of the mirror so he can grade himself. I know
Nah,
that for a
man, he
I'm
gets
fact.
B
just gonna
plus.
show you this whack ass sketch that I have, by the way.
Cool. I'll take it.
Bow,
Whack
bow,
ass sketch.
bow.
The hell is that?
How the fuck is this shit?
Ow.
What happened to you now? Another Eminem.
I want to kill you. Gonna kill you. Bow, 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 bow,
Look at my phone here.
bow.
Roll a little dice
It's bad right
here.
now, but you get the fucking concept. I do not care. I'll fix
Alright.
stuff. Because I'm a perfectionist when it comes to pictures, so it'll fix itself out.
Okay. Put more room here.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, I
Yes.
genuinely will 3D print this shit out.
Oh shit.
Whoa. That's a 19 on the big ass die that I have from Magic the Gathering.
So this will work itself out. It'll be much cleaner later this week. The sword itself, like the actual
Ooh.
metal sword, will be
Mm-hmm.
bigger. I just have the rapier design
That's
for right now.
cool. I like that.
And it's not a big spoiler, but I do have a curve into it, not your regular straight. The only reason I did the curve is because
Oh, I
if
get it. I
it's
see it. I see the
see it,
design. Yeah, I get it. That's cool. Okay.
Yep.
I get it.
But do
I
you
understand the
really
curve. Yeah,
understand it
I got it.
though?
I got it. Yeah, no. I get the curve. Yeah, I get it. I understand why. Slash. It's like- yeah, I get it. I get it. It's pretty cool.
So the bottom end, I'm actually gonna take that spike off
Okay.
because
Oh, I rolled it. I thought
low-key
it with the die.
wouldn't make sense. But whenever I do show said sword, it should be complete because I am gonna be
Okay.
drawing. Oh, here's what my tip looks like.
What
Yo!
the fuck?
Yo!
Here's my tip looks like. What?
He's pulling his cock out.
He's on this gargoyle.
It will also be more redefined. I'm adding more details later. That's just the premise.
Okay.
But you see what I'm going for, right?
I see what you're cooking over here. I see what you're going for. And then with the ability of the sword, those prongs there can flick out.
Yes.
Yes, we are cooking, chat. Yes, things are moving and shaking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Put us in a circle.
And, and on that note, we, at the mention of throwing ass, we return back
Does
to
she?
the mention of throwing ass. We return back
Yeah.
to Kaya's character Nyx and her father Farron going for a little bit of patrolling out here in the great forest of Kuthrat.
Hold on.
Mhm.
All
Mother
right.
wants cheese and crackers.
Mother
I gotta get it to her before she kills me.
Your mother wants cheese and
wants
crackers.
cheese. Oh, another nat 20.
This man just rolling over here.
Roll a little dice here. Not the two. Someone's gotta die.
Hi, Logan.
Yeah.
It's not even on screen yet.
Yeah.
It's not even on screen yet. I say yeah.
It's a green instantly. Yeah.
No, accept.
He
I choose
accepted his
Logan.
death way
Yeah.
into it. So you die. Yeah.
The ring. It's a sacrifice, bro.
It's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make.
We all could have got out. Nah, I have to stay back. We could all leave. Nah.
Nah, bro.
Nah, we all can
I
leave
got the
right
door,
now.
guys. Go. No,
Just
go.
leave.
Trust me, go.
Gosh, just leave. Trust me. This is
But
my
we can
final
get
day. We
you.
can leave here now, together in this moment, as one. No, as few. What are you talking about? Just get in the ship. I have to stay. No! Dumbass.
I've lived my life.
I've lived my life.
You can have more. No.
You can have more of life. No. Closes the door. Dies.
Oh, what you call it? I got like specific D&D lo-fi in the background, and sometimes the song will line up exactly for the said moment. I was like,
Oh.
oh yeah,
See?
it'd be good.
Told you. Ambiance matters.
Ambiance.
I have no ambiance.
Nigga sitting in a dark room.
Damn, as fuck. I am in a dark room.
Oh my lord.
Sitting in a dark room. You can't hear me talking. You can hear it in the headphone. I just imagine him sitting in his chair and he's just like halfway slid down the chair. Just with your headphones on, just listening. Just staring at the TV that has nothing on it, just on.
Jesus.
I'm so lonely.
All right, Conquest.
I'm so lonely.
Alright, I'm back.
And she's back.
All right.
Back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Yep.
Tarask.
You almost forgot
Yeah,
to I need you to just put the figure down. Yep, go ahead, Tarask. Just pull the figure from nowhere. Everyone's dead if the Tarask comes in.
Roll for initiative.
It's funny. Roll for initiative.
There's no
Alright,
sense.
just can I roll and then like eat somebody?
If it's
Hey,
a final
enough is
dooms,
enough.
if it's a final doomsday moment, she's just gonna resort to cannibalism in the final
I
moment.
already told you, bro. I'm gonna resort to cannibalism and eat Tyree.
I know. You said that before. You're like, well, it's the end of the day. You know what, nigga? That's what the video reminds me of. Anytime that he's like, you know what, nigga, and he bites his neck.
I'm just
Is
gonna
that
bite Tyree's
video?
scalp off.
No disrespect.
No, dude, yeah, exactly that video. I was trying to think of what he said. No disrespect. You died.
Me.
Yeah, it's her in the final days. But
Man,
okay.
I'm really stressed out.
I'm really stressed out. Let me just go ahead and take an arm. All right. Now that everyone's back and no mamas need any cheese or crackers, we return back. We return back. We return back to patrol with Nixatori Valentinus and her father Pharaon, going on a little patrol just around the grounds, and he has brought you up on his horse. So nice white horse, blonde haired, white horse, and just taking you around the castle grounds. And as he's doing that, he's just kind of got you sitting in front of him because you're already so small. So you just sit right there in a little pocket between the saddle and him, and you just be just fine, just like many times over that you've done this with him going on other patrols. And sometimes it's a little more fun than usual because sometimes he'll go on another beaten path, or he'll go and uh, he'll be a little bit more mischievous when he's out with you and he's going along this the forest grounds. And as he's going, he kind of just also in a show of his authority that walks around the garden, the castle grounds. He kind of gets down and whispers in your ear, "Do we want to make the same run we did before?"
I think we should go a different route.
Okay, this time we're gonna make it a jump. And then he goes off kilter. He goes off the path, and it's more just a series of him, like I said, a little bit more adventurous side here. So he kind of gets a little far away from the castle, and then he just goes, "Okay, yeah," and then the horse goes, and you just go speeding down whatever road that's next. In the forest, it kind of goes off road, goes through splashing water everywhere, jumping over fallen trees, just jumping and traveling through, and it's just a fun time. And it's always fun going on patrol because either it's actual patrol, but he knows that bores you. So instead, he just kind of makes it fun and just goes as fast as he can throughout the whole forest. And you just see blurs of trees and other things. And every now and again, he'll take the sword, the long sword that is very familiar, the one same as the one that you're carrying on present time. And he takes that sword out and unsheathes it, and he holds it out. He's like, "Okay, watch this," and he holds the reins, and as he's holding the reins and holding out the sword, he just is waiting. He's waiting until he sees like a low enough apple that hangs from one of the orchards, and then he just cuts it perfectly. He goes, "Grab it!" And you grab the apple out of the air before it falls completely on the ground. And he goes,
Can
"Okay,
I
there."
roll
Yes, you can
or
roll.
no? Can
Yes,
I
you can roll.
roll to see if this apple lands in my hand or something else happens?
You can roll to see if this apple lands in your hands. Go ahead. I would say
Yes.
what would this be? Acrobatics or athletics? I think this would be
Acrobatics
more.
most likely.
Yeah. It was acrobatics check. It's
Because
you're
this is
kind of
catching.
speeding. Yeah, so you're speeding through the forest, and he tells you to grab the apple that's already falling. You're kind of already passing it, and so the DC is going to be 15.
God.
Dear God.
Dear
No,
God.
wait, okay. Is there like a specific thing with this blue one? Because I'm seeing, the D20, and then it's like got an arrow, and then it
Is
just
it?
says roll. But I'm wondering if there's like a. Because Eli was doing. Oh, God.
Well, you can
He was
click.
doing like.
You
Hmm?
can click the number
Okay.
that's next to your acrobatics, and then it should automatically
Hmm.
roll, right?
Oh, I did
So
a
you said,
dexterity check.
I was about to say because that was a 20. I was like, no way.
I did a dex check by accident.
Damn.
okay. Oh, I forgot that it shows up on the log. I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
forgot that. So what did you
Yeah.
roll for your
It was a
acrobatic?
dexterity. It,
Oh, it was dexterity.
yeah.
So it was a 20.
Yeah, it was a 20. Where are you seeing acrobatics? Hold on. How do you get to that?
Acrobatics
I'm on
is,
my laptop.
well, acrobatics on your character skill, because you said you're on your phone, right?
Oh,
When you,
wait, found it.
yeah.
I get a +4 to acrobatics.
So that's a 24. So that's a 24 with your modifier.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Jesus!
so that's 24. So doing much to your skill growing up living here in the forest. Your dad has done this 100 times of having to sometimes trying to surprise you of catching this apple, and 9 times out of 10 you'll catch it. And in this moment, you caught it. You catch the apple, pluck it out of the air. He's like, okay. He's like, okay, wow. Every time he sheets it back, he's like, every time, he catches it every time, and continues to ride the horse through the forest, and then you're doing a patrol, air quotations, of just making it more fun for you and having a great time. And then he makes his way back to the entrance, which the entrance is again a entrance that only you and your family know, and it's got a wreath. It's a subtle wreath of white flowers that you know that means that's the entrance. And he rides through there, and the horse lands, trying to skid the horse a little bit, like an Akira slide, but with a horse. He kind of runs it into the mud pile that you were playing around in, and it gets all over you and kind of all over. It gets all over you, but it also gets all over the other figure walking out of the castle as uh, they exclaim, "Pharaon, where is?" And then he skids, the mud splatters on this person, and you both just go, "Oh!" As your
Uh-oh.
mother walks out of the castle. And she goes, "Pharaon, what is," and then it's completely covered in mud and air quotations mud. And she's completely filthy and goes, "Pharaon?" Splatters the mud on the ground. "How many times have I asked you to stop supporting Nixatori's antics?" And he goes, "Sorry, we were just going," and he kind of looks at you, he's going on patrol, and he winks at you because this is more times he's had to cover up, trying to say that you've been going on patrol when it's clearly you haven't. But he just says, "Go, we were, sorry, honey, we were going on patrol, just making
Little
sure the
Nick shakes her
grounds."
head. Mm-hmm.
Yes, see, we were going on patrol. We're just making sure the castle grounds were good and covered for. Uh, and we double, triple checked everything like we usually do. He kind of looks around and he goes, "Right, everyone?" And then everyone who's knows of his antics and you and him going on these patrols, everyone just goes, "Yep, all right, yeah, yep, patrol, patrol." And then one of the adolescents that is training with the commander over on the right, they're just like, "Patrol? He does this every time. Why is it not a patrol?" And then the general hits him on the head. He goes, "He was going on patrol. You need to understand that." And then he goes, "Okay, jeez, ow, that hurts. Ow. You don't have to hit me so hard. I get it. He's going on patrol with his daughters, whatever." And so his wife just kind of still, trying to get the mud all off of her. She's not wearing a dress, but she's wearing this. It's kind of like an archer's attire. Like she's got this. It's not leather, but it's basically okay. Make it easy on me. It's basically the drow armor that Minthara is wearing. She has that on. Basically, she has all that, but it's more for people who don't know. It's just um, this nice, not metal plated armor, but it's like hardened silk, but it's hardened armor in a way. It's not too much, but it's not too much armor for protection, but it's still got a nice design to it, very intricate with the black lines that go through it, and it's gold, has that black, and her pants, uh, like these nice. It's like a bit of a skirt that covers her pants, that covers the stockings that go up, and then the boots and greaves that she has on as well. Black stockings in the middle, greaves as well, all the same. As she is holding it looks like like a set of wooden, or not even wooden actually, just like this. She's holding this set of weapons, usually the ones that you use when she's getting ready to go training with you. And she says, "Right, Sean, well, since you've decided to once again ruin this armor set that I've got from my family before we left, I'm going to take Nixatori on my own version of patrol." And she kind of looks at him scorning, and it's that mom gaze of like, "I know you're lying, and I know and I know and you know that you're in trouble too." And then he's like, "Huh, okay," shudders down the spine. "Okay," and he picks you up, puts you back down. He does his best, like licks his finger, kind of gets the dirt and mud off your face, and he goes, "Okay, all right, all right, Nix, you have fun training with your mom, and I'll see you at dinner." And he sends you off to your mom, and he holds your hand like as he kind of hands you away to your mom. He kind of squeezes your hand a little bit, and then sends you off. He goes, "Okay, sorry, dear." And he gets off the horse, and he goes to her, and he's like, "Sorry." Tries to wipe her face too, and then kind of tries to wipe a little area off her cheek to like give her a kiss. And he's like, "Nope, you stink, you stink, you stink." She's like, "I stink." He's like, "Yeah, you do a little bit." She's like, "I wonder why. I wonder why." Like, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Well, honey, after you come back from training with Nyx, and then she stops in the middle of, why do you call her Nyx? It's a little nickname. It's nothing too much. It's still her name. He's like, and mom said, her name is Nixatori. That's what we named her. Yes, yes, Nixatori. Yes. So be correct next time, and whatever giving her this nickname, it's not fitting for a member of the royal family. I hope you can understand that. At least that portion of being, I don't know, a grown up. And she grabs your arm, and she briskly walks to the training ground, the private training area that you and your mom have. And he just goes, "You sure you don't want to like hose like someone have like a create water spell for you to like get all that off for you? I'm sure." And then as she's walking away, we have showers here at the private training area. And then they walk away, and I'm sure Nix looks over at father, and he just kind of waves, does a little finger wave as you look away from him. And what is Nix thinking in this moment, or feeling in this moment, as now playtime is over and now it's time to go train with mom? What is Nix feeling in this moment as she looks away from dad?
She kind of feels sad, a bit of dread in there, because she knows what's to come with training with mom.
Right. Knowing what's to come kind of prepares you for what what is happening next. And what will happen is you enter the training arena, and you put on your own little leather armor set here, and she has the table that's spooled out here. In the training area here, it's far ways away. It's like a blacktop. It has that little shade covering over it, and cobblestone ground floor, and it's nice surrounded by the greenery here until she eventually, much like a dojo training area, she closes the areas that it's open on all sides, all four sides, and she closes those. Um, and she kind of casts like some weirdly intricate casted spell of darkness. It's like a darkness spell that goes only over those parts that are open, and the blacktop already covers the top area, and you're enclosed. And before you know it, you are armored. You're enclosed in this dark space as she then snaps her fingers, and you just see these briars of this almost ruby red flame fill the space. And she puts the selection of weapons: a short sword, scimitar, long sword, broadsword, and she has them all, a couple daggers on the table. She puts them in front of you, And she says, and some of them you can see have blood on them, dried blood from the last training sessions that you had. You see some blood on the hilt, or on the hilt and the handle of some of the blades, some more than others. And you see dried blood on some of the edges as well from just those nicks and those cuts from making wrong mistakes. And as you see those dried blood spots, you can hear in your mom's voice just saying, "Wrong, again. Try it again. You made the wrong step. Let's try one more time." And you can hear those kind of echo as you look at this dried blood. She gives you a scimitar, a long sword, broadsword, or a couple daggers or three daggers. And you can choose from that selection as she stands behind the table, hands behind her back, as she doesn't say anything because this is routine, and she waits for you to choose a weapon. Which
I
weapon?
choose the longsword.
Of course. So you look at the long sword. It's familiar hilt. It's basic. It's nothing really special. These swords are all common to you. They're not really anything special. They're real metal. They're not training. They're real. And as you go to pick up the long sword, she says, "The long sword. Again, at least you found some familiarity with the weapon selection. Fine." And then she watches you pick up the long sword. She rolls up the other weapons. "I'm going to need you to go ahead and roll initiative.
Oh God.
Go ahead and roll initiative for me." And I will roll as well on a d20. And then it should say what you
Initiative
can
is a
add to your
3.
initiative. You rolled a 3?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be higher. Anyway, she goes first. And we're not adding any spells or anything extra. This is just combat. It's what Critical Role just calls rollies. So whoever gets the higher roll gets the first shot. So it's just combat with the dice. Whoever goes first takes the first shot and then gets, a nick in. So I rolled a 15. You rolled a 3. You're training here. You and your mom enter the space, little area. The table is just out of the ways, and you're in the center platform. And she readies her longsword, going to match yours. And then you ready yours. She holds it to you and goes, "Begin." And you rolled a 3, she rolled a 15. You lunge at her. She hits the blade to the side and cuts you on the arm. And you're bleeding. Now we will roll again this time. It's not really, you don't have to add initiative, just roll again. And it's going to be contested versus me and you. So just go ahead and roll the d20 again. I You rolled a 20. Great.
Yes.
Okay. So as she nicks you on the arm, you kind of form back up again. And what do you go for as you roll the 20? She goes in for a obvious telegraphed attack of trying to use the distraction of the slice on your arm to go in for another attack. She tries to knock the weapon out of your hand. What do you do to dodge and do your attack?
I kind of like shuffle back and go in with a thrust of my
Okay.
sword.
Okay. You shuffle back after taking the hit. Shuffle back. You see her telegraph attack incoming. You, since you're small at this age, you can kind of just shuffle, dodge out of the way a little more dexterous than she is, and you kind of get her on the ankle. She goes, "Ah." She doesn't really make any sounds of wincing or anything. She just Hmm. Okay. You're learning. Finally. Go ahead and roll again. It's an 11 for me.
An 11 for me as well.
Okay. You get her on the ankle. You are kind of shuffled away again. She saw that thrust. She goes for another thrust as well, but she parries yours, and you both just kind of do the anime thing of hitting fists together, and then it doesn't go through for any of you, so you both just kind of back away. She's a little bit far. She's a little farther back than you, and you're farther back, and you're just both back in the respective places once again. And now we roll. 13 for me.
4.
Okay. She comes in. You both are standing there. You can kind of see that all this moving is you're not exhausted, but you're just kind of already breathing heavy in this dimly lit red room. And she looks at that fatigue, squints her eyes, and goes, Nixatori, are you already tired? Training just begun. This can't be the extent of what we've been working on, is it? And she asks you that. You try to answer, and she's already where you are, and she cuts you on the cheek. And she says, You must be ready for anything, Nixatori. What I've been teaching you here is what needs to carry over. And then she goes and attempts to not slice this time, but to make sure that it leaves a mark in an understanding and a lesson. She already cut you on the cheek, but now she's trying to go for a behind the back, not stab you, not kill you, but just a stab towards you in this moment on your arm. Again, she goes for your arm again as your kind of guard is up. Let me choose another little dicey. Okay, and now we roll again. Lovely. It's a 1 for me.
It's a 1 for me.
Whoa!
Oh my god!
Whoa! Okay, so you dodge out of the way. She tries to poke you with the from behind the back sword, and then she sees you dodge that, and she goes. She kind of grumbles to herself, brings the blade back up to her, and she will then roll. We then roll again as you back up. The 3.
8.
Okay, you back away, you dodge out of the way, and because you know that sometimes she'll do that after making a reprimand towards you, and she'll either usually go in for a harder attack to hit or something that will hurt you more. And knowing this from previous sessions, you dodge out of the way and you kind of parry the sword up so where it hits upwards and giving you time to back away. And as she tries to bring the sword up, it kind of almost falls out of her hand before she catches it in her other hand and turns it back towards you and around. And she goes, Well done, Nix. Or is what your father likes to call you. Your father calls you that nickname. She begins circling. Do you like when your father calls you this nickname?
I mean, it's just a nickname. It
Just
doesn't
a
really mean
nickname.
too much.
Right. But when your name is Nixatori Valentinus, that title doesn't go and get shortened because what? Your family? Your name is a staple around in this kingdom, in this forest. You hold a title, and that needs to be respected, regardless of if he's your father. You are Nixatori. You are not Nix, and you are not a child. You are a warrior. So act like it. She goes for a thrust. and she will add a little flavor onto this thrust. So I will roll, and you will roll, and she'll add a little flavor. So go ahead and roll your d20.
18.
All right. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I don't like where this is going.
So you get an 18. It's close. It's close. So as she says, "Your royalty. Act like it." She goes in for a thrust again, but then as you attempt to retaliate and parry another thrust as you saw previously, the thrust, your attack, goes through her as she is then holding a blade to your throat. And you see what you saw was a mirror image. She's used this before, but she doesn't always use it when you expect it. You didn't expect it here. You thought it was another exclaim, hit you, but this time she went for an obvious telegraphed attack and then surprised you when she hit with the mirror image and then got you with the blade that isn't, it's sort of biting into your neck, and a trickle of blood just sort of comes out of your neck. And she's like crouched down and got it around you. And she says, "In moments like these, Nixatori, your royalty and status doesn't matter here in this kingdom. But what I need you to understand is that out here, in moments like this, your status will not matter. Your name will not matter. And when you die, all will be left is a name on a stone. So your name holds importance. Nixatori Valentinus." And she takes the blade from around your throat, made a scar, obviously, and she returns back to center. She kind of does a little spin on the sword, flicks away the blood. "I believe this training session is over." Snaps her fingers, the veil of darkness poof away. The red lanterns fizzle out. She puts her sword that she was using, the training sword, actually, the other training sword she was using, onto the table, and she puts a hand out to get yours from you. You can say anything you want as she
So she's
asks.
going to grab my sword right
Yeah, she's
now.
going to grab your sword from you. You can either do anything you want, like a little trick, a little, like haha, like a kid would
Can
do,
I slash the sword like upwards at her hand?
like to cut her hand.
Yeah,
Okay, you, okay,
because I'm kind of like angry now.
right. Okay, okay. Let's see if you get lucky. All right, you do. See if you get lucky here. All right. So she attempts to take the sword from your hand. You slash and you cut her hand, and she winces, takes a breath, and kind of crushes her hand. You see some blood trickle from her fist. Hmm. And she gestures with her other hand for you to place it on the table.
I don't place it on the table. I kind of just toss it up there.
Nice. Toss it on the table. She sees you do that. She doesn't break eye contact with you as you toss it on the table.
And
It
I
just
don't break eye
clatters.
contact with her.
Right. Toss on the table. Nixatori Valentinus. Huh. Right. You may just be a warrior yet. As she goes to collect the weapons and wordlessly doesn't say anything to you and walks away back towards the castle. And she leaves you there to your own devices, bruised, cuts everywhere, almost taking what would have not been an intentional lethal blow to you, especially at this age, but her behind the back move, you realize that her sword was like inches away, but you managed to dodge out of that and saved less of a scar on your side. And so you walk back. You walk back from the blacktop back to this castle, or do you stay here for a moment?
I walk back to the castle,
Okay. Well,
kind
hmm
of to the side, jutted.
right. And you look over as you're walking back. You kind of look over at the mud that you were playing in earlier today. Take a sigh, and you kind of just have that longing wish of wish you could do that more often, playing more often. And then you see the kids that you were playing with earlier. They're kind of just playing amongst themselves still. And then one of them kind of just looks over at you. She goes, Nix, hey, you want to come over here and play with us today? I mean, I know your dad took you on patrol last time, and I know that's really fun, but I mean, we made another mud pile. If you want to go over here, and then we're gonna have to throw mud at the general. That's what we're gonna make mud balls, and we're gonna throw them at the general while he's not looking. So if you wanna come on, just come on over here. And so now you're standing in the center between of your mom walking to the right of you, back towards the castle, and you look to the left of the kids saying, Come on, come on. And you see the general still not looking and them preparing this little mud pool to huck mud balls at the general. And I believe in this moment, Nyx is fighting, going to have fun because it's mom's presence really did a number in this training session, as she exclaimed, or as she told you about what you will have left when you die is just a name. And I think that Nyx doesn't really have the energy to play anymore.
Definitely not. She's too angry about what just happened in
Right,
that room. I
right.
feel like she just. Not today. I don't really feel like it. You guys go on without me.
Okay, right. We're gonna throw mud balls, and then you see him start grabbing like a really gross, wet mud ball. He makes it, chucks it at the general, and as you turn around and walk away back in the footsteps of your mom, you hear you hear ah no. Hey, why are you making mud ball? And they just all and they run away as the generals kind of just go, get back here and clean this up and things like that. And hearing the fun ruckus in the back fading out from you as you were looking at the back of your mom striding with almost a bit of pride as she's walking forward, striding back to the castle. And your father, who usually stands outside the castle waiting until you get back, sees you all cut and bruised. He goes, Nix, Nix, oh my God, are you all right? And he looks at your mom. What were you doing? I thought she was doing training. And still looking over the wounds and cuts on your face and your arm. He goes, Masati. And she keeps walking inside, but he gets a little bit more formal. Masati. She stops. Yes, King Pharaon. What were you doing? I thought you were just training. She goes, Yes, this is training. Drow martial training. And he goes, That leaving cuts and bruises on our daughter isn't exactly training. She goes, well, her getting cuts and bruises, would you like to have her get cuts and bruises without your supervision? Or would you rather know where they come from? He goes, Sati, we made a deal. I train her in the day, and you train her of your own accord, but she doesn't come back home with cuts and bruises. And she kind of turns her head, cocks it. Do you really think that this world won't give her cuts and bruises, ones worse than I will give her? Do you truly intend to coddle our child? My daughter is not going to be raised coddled because you want to keep her from what? Cuts and bruises that will heal over time? Scabs? What are you afraid of, Farron?
Hold on, give me a moment.
Okay. Farron exclaims. He doesn't say anything else as he takes Nyx into the castle. He says, come on, let's get you cleaned up. And they walk back into the castle. And we will take a pause there in the moment. It's a momentary break. Feels kind of awkward going on if she's gone.
Yeah. That was good, bro.
Awkward.
That was good. That was good.
Thank you.
Yo, I didn't expect the whole fucking rolling shit.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
Kind of just came up with it on the spot there. I knew they had to do something, and I was like, oh, well, that makes sense.
Little sparring, little
A little
practice.
spar. It's nothing but a little bleeding during practice. It's
It
nothing
just-
too
it is a
much.
little-
It's a little blood on the mat. It's nothing too much. This cobblestone floor. It's nothing too much. Nothing too crazy. Obviously not good that she's cutting her daughter during training, but you know, it is what it is. It's drown martial training.
Yes,
It's whatever it is. Childhood.
I had to figure out what my mom was talking about. She was like, bring me a silver bell. I'm like, oh, what is that?
Oh, fucking.
A
What'd she say?
Hershey's Kiss.
Oh, silver bell. Okay.
She called it a silver
She
bell.
Wow,
called it a
I've never
silver
heard
bell. I was
anyone
like,
call it a
what's
silver
bell?
bell.
Is that a Hershey Kiss?
Never heard anyone call it a silver bell. Never
Yeah, it's like
in
a
my life.
silver bell. It's like,
I was talking about D&D still. A silver bell, huh?
no, it's silver bell.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was a wondrous item. I'm like, huh? A silver bell? What do you mean?
What you mean by that?
What do you mean by that? Nothing, a little bit of bleeding on the mat. During training. Childhood.
Childhood.
Bleeding.
Yep.
Bleeding. Being told that when you die, all you have left is a name to your grave. All I've left
At
is
such a
a
young
name.
age.
At such a young age. The
Such
spry
a
age.
way with words.
The spry age of 6, being told that what you will have left when you die is a name. And nothing else. Gotta love parenting. Alright.
This won't terrorize my dating life at all.
Of course not. So, going back, your father just saying to you, he doesn't say anything else after your mother says, what are you afraid of, Farron? He says nothing else, and he just says, he holds out his hand to hold yours. Do you take his hand? Your father's hand? He just goes, let's get you cleaned up.
Yeah.
Okay. Take his hand, and you walk inside. He does like a little healing spell on you to kind of heal your wounds. He attempts to do that before it's counterspelled. Mom goes,
I was gonna say, I kind of like just
yeah.
brush him off and like, don't heal him. It's fine.
Yeah, okay, so with knowing that, Mom attempts to counterspell the little healing word that he was going to give you your points back, but then you say, no, you just want to leave him. And so he's like, okay, obviously with a worried look in his face. Okay, whatever you want, sweetheart, whatever. And so he starts prepping you for a bath. Take a nice little bath. And we move from this tense evening or this tense afternoon on the Valentina's household. And some years go by, more bleeding on the mat, more training, more fun times with dad. The kids here at the castle are growing up. They're moving from just playing around and going with the general to start their training. You're getting older, training with mom, training with dad, and dad. This time around, as we move, the years go by. Now you're 10 years old, and we see your father and you have a arrow quiver on your back and your bow and arrow with you. And your dad also having his archery armor, his archery tools, Jesus, a bow and his quiver as well. And he's holding it, he got it readied, and he's just teaching you how to track through the forest. And he just goes, okay, now what you want to do is when you're trekking through a forest like this next, you're going to want to watch the footing of what you're tracking. Look at the mud, look at the indents where they could be, where they landed, and follow that. Make sure you know where they're going. That tells you exactly where they should lead you. And then you've been tracking a deer for like the past couple minutes that's been in the forest. There's enough hunting grounds here that's far enough away from the castle so that mom doesn't see. And so he just teaches you how to track, and then you come upon the deer and you see it there after the previous arrow that you put in it that made it run this way. And as he says, okay, there's a deer, crouch down, and you see it still there, wounded with the arrow in it. And when you were tracking it, he says, let's see, this time we don't have to just follow the footprints. Since you shot it last, there's a blood trail that goes along with it. Now, for obvious reasons, can't really follow the blood trail too well. Sometimes you see the dirt, the type of soil it is. Sometimes it'll soak up the blood a little quicker. It makes that harder to track, but the footprints do what matter. And so when you come upon the deer, you see it crouched down, and you see he goes, okay. He puts his bow over his shoulder. Okay, ready your bow, ready an arrow. You knock an arrow. You pull back, and am going to need from you. I'm just going to need, what is this? An attack roll from you. And add your ranged attack, whatever that would be, with your longbow. Or I don't know if you have a longbow or a short bow. Let's see here. Inventory, spell. Oh, no, that's something else completely. Let's go here. Wrong place. Campaign. Mm-hmm. Attack. Oh, she doesn't have her. She has arrows. Ta-ta-ta. Oh, longbow. Okay. Okay. So go ahead and make an attack roll for me and roll a what is this? Oh, I think you can actually just roll the dice. You can click the yeah. So you can click the four dice. I did it for you, but that doesn't count because I didn't know what to click. Um, but you can go ahead and click the letter number 4 next to hit, and then you can click piercing and roll for damage as well. Nixatory Valentinus.
I'm very, very lost.
Okay, just go to your character sheet on
I'm on
view.
my character sheet. Yeah.
Okay, so then on the side, the little oh wait, you're on your phone. Sorry. Let me go on my phone. Um uh, here, characters. Okay. So when you look at your character sheet, let's
Mhm.
see, ability saves. Click on the thing that says ability saves and senses,
Mhm.
and then go to actions, and then you
Yep.
can click 4, the +4, so you can roll to see if you hit
The +4 on the Sword of Thorns, or
on the longbow because you're
I don't see the
trying to hit a
longbow.
deer. It should be there
Yeah, I
on
don't.
your actions.
There it is. Okay. There we go.
Okay.
16.
All right, rolled 16. So 16 hits. Now roll for damage. You just click on the 1d8 plus
Mhm.
2.
8.
You do 8 damage. That should be enough to bring down this deer. Your dad helping you. He attempts to help you adjust, but you've kind of been doing this for a while now. And he crouches down. He just goes, okay, so you're going to want to aim. And as he's giving you instruction, you kind of knock the arrow and then pull back and then hits the deer right on the side. And it's been exhausting for this deer trying to track it. Previously, your father had hit it so that it would get going so you could track it. So it did enough damage previously, and what you did was just enough to finish it off. So it hits in the deer, blood's on the ground, and he goes, "Huh? Oh, perfect! You did it! That was a deer. You got it. Well done. You did it." And he kind of sweeps you up in a hug, and he twirls you around. He goes, "You did it! I'm so proud of you. You did it. You got the deer, and now we can skin it and take it home." How do you
Great.
feel about tracking?
Uh, I mean, pretty easy. Not as bad as I thought.
See, told you, it's not as bad. It's not as bad as you thought it was going to be. You thought it was going to be really hard because, it's been raining these past couple of days. And so, it's kind of muddy. So I knew it was going to be a little challenging because, it's muddy trails. Sometimes the tracks can, sink back into the mud because they don't hold up because they're not so solid. And you see him, he's going on this little pride streak of like, oh, I kind of know how to track myself. And so he's kind of giving the same speech. You've heard it before and he's still talking. So you just kind of walk forward and go to the deer as he's still behind you, going, "Yes, I knew that it was a little bit harder to track, but I just knew that you needed the practice, and I knew that you. Okay, she's up there. She's the deer. So then you go to the deer, take out your dagger, and then you begin the process, skinning it. And he's like, "Okay, so you're gonna want to make sure the incision. Oh, make the cut. Okay, and around there. Make sure you don't ruin the cake. And oh, great! And you take off the pelt. As you're cutting this thing, go ahead and make a roll on the d20 for me.
10.
10. Uh, you're kind of skinning this deer. It's not terrible. It's not perfect. It's good. It's good middle ground of attempting to skin this deer while your dad is talking about how he knows how to track a creature in the mud, sleet, snow, or rain. And he's just going on about that. And you're like, okay, you take out the knife and you start skinning it yourself so you can just get home after being in the forest for so long, tracking this deer. And you skin it. It's not perfect. If you were to sell it to a vendor, this would be like a common pelt and so you take it, You roll it up. He's like, "Oh, it still has the. Now we can staunch it at home. We don't have to do it here in the forest, because it's still got blood kind of coming from the skin, and you kind of just roll it up anyway." He goes, "Oh, there's still blood on the. Oh, great. Okay, so go ahead and put it on your horse, tie it up." And he's like, "Okay, hold it." He ties it up for you. He's like, "All right, let's go ahead and head home." And after he puts his hand on the pelt, and he puts his hand on the pelt, and he just says and looks to you and just goes, "I'm proud of you, kiddo. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
What's wrong? Is it your
No,
mom?
no, this was a good outing. This was fun.
Did something happen between you and your mom this morning during training?" He looks at the new scar that's now from your rib cage. It looks a little deeper than usual, the usual scars you get. And he lifts up your arm. Is this the reason why you're not really here in this moment? To talk to your mom?
Mm, no, it's all fine. I like snatch my arm from him.
Hey, and he's kind of got a little blood from the pelt. Wipes it off. Let's head home. And so he gets on his horse, same one, white, blonde hair. What does your horse look like in
You
this
know
moment?
that big horse from Red Dead, the Breton, I'm pretty sure it's called, like the
It's like
bounty horse?
the really like
Yeah, the
thick,
really big,
muscular.
like Breton horse. Yes, I
Jesus.
love those horses,
I also love
man.
those horses. I love the
I
huge,
love them.
muscular horse. Yeah, I like those. Yeah.
Yes,
So you
but
have
it's
one
like
of those.
a mini version kind of just for me. Not one of the big ones, but it's like a
Right, right,
little
right.
like a miniature Breton.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, those horses. So you get on your horse. Yeah, I've seen the short, stocky. Fuck. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
okay.
brown,
Yeah, it's brown.
brown
Yeah.
horse,
Okay.
black hair.
Brown horse, black hair. Okay. You get on yours, gets on his horse, and you both travel back home. It's now probably midday, so the sunset is happening, and he just goes, you go ahead, and he gets off his horse. You both put them in the stable. You go ahead and you stable my horse for me, if you don't mind. I'm gonna go have a word with your mother. He hands you the reins to his horse.
I kind of can I like grab him by like his like wrists?
Yeah, he walks away as he gives you the reins, and you grab his wrist. What?
Don't say anything, okay?
What about the gash left on my daughter's? What? You want me to tell my wife, your mother, to not leave a gash on her daughter? What? Think I'm afraid to tell
She'll
her
get
that?
mad. It'll get worse. Don't do it.
Worse? How worse? How? And he turns back around to you after you grabbed his wrist. And he holds your hand. How worse could this? What do you mean? What? It can get worse? What other bruises do I not know about?
Father, she's a
Daughter?
drow. You
And
know how they are.
yes, I do. But that doesn't mean that I'm not afraid to talk to my wife about leaving scars on our daughter.
It's only gonna get worse from here, and I don't want anything to happen to you.
Squeezes your hand, rubs his thumb, your palm, on top of your hand. Okay, I won't say anything, but please promise me that if it gets worse, you can talk to me, Nix. Okay?
I know.
Good. Just as long as you know. And he gives you a kiss on the forehead, and he walks into the castle, says hi to everyone who's kind of packing up for the day. And as everyone's packing up for the day, you're in the castle. Either what would Nyx be doing with her downtime? Would she just really be in her room reading, or would she be training?
What is this like?
It's just downtime. Like the
Like
horses have been put
downtime?
away. It's evening at this point. You walked inside. Dinner has been prepared. You ate dinner, and now you're with your downtime. It's just in the middle of the night.
Most likely reading,
Okay, reading in your room.
learning about stuff.
Okay. Is there any special kind of book she's reading, or just reading? Nothing too nondescript.
Probably about like fey magic, something like that.
Okay. And about a uh little scholar's tome about fey magic around the world and how it in the book it kind of goes into there's not too much to know about the fey realm here in Kuthvarat because not too many fairies have been seen, and especially after the ruined era that happened, not too many people or other things or beings were around other than gods and dragons, things like that. So, on magic about the Fae, as much as there's not little, it's the abundant of information is as much as you can get. It's not too thick of a book to read. It's
Yeah.
got something, but something little, something you've skimmed before, but now you're just kind of doing this to lull off to sleep. And as you're reading this book, you hear arguing downstairs, and you already know that it's between your father and your mother. And you just hear muffled arguing downstairs. Do you go investigate, or do you leave them to their own devices?
Let's do a little investigating.
Okay, so you get up, close the book, read, go downstairs, and as you leave your room and go downstairs, you hear a thud midway down the stairs. You run to see what it was, and the arguing had stopped at this point. The arguing stopped at the thud. And as you get downstairs, you see it's the living room has a hearth, like a fireplace in the center. You see a nice ornate wooden table in the back in the kitchen. Um, and your father has your father has fallen back towards as you're just getting down the stairs, you see your father falling back towards the hearth, holding his side, and you see that it's getting red. And you see him going, "Uh," and he's falling back on the hearth, the fireplace, just holding onto the mantle. And he slides down, holding his side. And you see your mom holding her blade with blood on it. And she looks at you, Nixatori, I'm glad you're here. And your father, seeing you come down the stairs, goes, Nick, Nix, just go back upstairs. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And she says, as he's weakly telling you to go back upstairs, your mother says, your father tells me that he has a issue with how I train you. Do you have anything to add to this statement? She flicks her rapier. Her normal sword is a rapier. She pulls it out. She flicks the end of it, and you hear just like a. She flicks it. She asks you, "Do you have a problem with how we train?"
I don't say much. I just stare at my father, who is now bleeding on the floor, and I have just nothing to say.
She looks at you while you're looking at your father. She goes, and usually how your mom operates is you don't move. Through your training with her, it's kind of been dug into your mind that you have gained this almost this it's not really a fear, but it's more of like that training that they use for dogs of where if you tell them to move, then they can move, or when you tell them they can eat, but they don't move until there's you say so. So she sees you looking at your father, flicks the rapier, and she just goes, "Go to your father." And you run down to your father, and he holds his side, sort of conscious, his eyes blinking. He's sweating, like all of a sudden, it's like he got hit with like a weird flu. You see this redness and fatigue under his eyes, just out of nowhere. He wasn't even sitting here for too long. He just goes, Nate, Nate, I need you. I need you to go. I need you. He holds his hand to your face. I need you to go. Take my horse. I need you to leave. I need you to leave now. You see, your mother says, she's not going anywhere. She's staying here at home. Home. And you see, there's roll a perception check for me. Add your perception. Yeah, just
Use
roll for your
perception.
perception. Oh, you have a +0, so just roll.
Just roll my 20.
Just roll. Roll your d20. Oh, you got a 20? Oh
Wait,
no,
no, I was gonna say
roll
just
a
roll.
d20. Yeah, you just
Just
roll a
roll. Okay,
d20. Yeah,
yeah.
just roll it. Just roll it. You don't add anything to perception.
18.
Okay. A lot of high rolls. Damn, I know how.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
You roll the 18, so you see in your father's other hand, you see this crushed vial of a strange green liquid, or no, sorry, of a strange poison liquid. It's unknown to you. It looks like you've been trained in poisons by your mom. You know what poison looks like. And on the 18, it is a poison. And you see it in his hand, a crushed vial. As you see her go, she's staying home. She kind of drops the rapier. She hangs onto the table. She kind of she has a resistance to poison, but with this poison that you don't know about, it's pink with flecks of red in it, and it you see her same symptoms that your father has. She falls onto the table, tries to hold herself up, and she goes, "Sharon, what did you do?" And he goes, still holding your face, and he looks to Vasati. He goes, "I'm not letting my daughter become something that she's not." He looks in your eyes and he says, "Please, I need you to go. I need you to go now." And you see your mom, she doesn't get angry a lot, but since she has a resistance to this poison, because she also has been teaching about poisons, you have this resistance. She also has it. Hers is a little greater than yours. So the poison doesn't take an immediate effect, similar to your father. She goes, So you finally grew some balls and decided to do something about a problem about how I raise my daughter. Okay, Farron, kudos to you. I should have ended you when I saw you be so tender-hearted. I can't understand it. Your race, what else? Others, so tender-hearted. That's why you're soft. That's why you coddle our daughter and not prepare her for the world. Prepare prepare, prepare her for what needs to come next. Nix, Tori. She looks to you, and you just see her saying all of this venom coming from your mom. And she looks at you, and she says, Nix, Tori, do something for me, dear. In this moment, as she's trying to call out to you, what is Nix feeling as this banter and exclamation that your mom is saying that she doesn't understand why everyone around her is weak, and that she considers your father weak and tender-hearted, a fool.
I kind of start getting mad.
Okay,
He's not weak!
you turn around and tell her that. She goes, not weak. Nixatori, your father is a fool. He's a tender-hearted fool. Never loved him. Never loved your father. All I wanted was a soldier. I didn't want a daughter. I wanted a soldier. His incessant coddling. See the poison beginning to take more of an effect now. She doesn't, she usually tries to keep herself dignified, but she kind of just hits her butt on the floor, and she's kind of just, father's a tender-hearted fool, and I never loved him. I wanted a soldier. I wanted an army, and he took that away from me. And now he tries to sever the last thing that I have. The last thing that I needed. Prepare. You will do as I say. You will do this last order. I order you to kill your father. What does she feel now as your mother tells you to kill your father? Your heart beating
Scared.
through your whole body. You feel scared. Your mom telling you to kill your father. She's looking at you with the intent of thinking that you are actually going to kill your father. Something within you, that rage you've been feeling earlier, that anger that's been welling up within you. It's your heart beating faster and faster. You look at her at first at fear and astonished at what she's telling you to do. She's trying to get you to kill your father. You don't want to do that, but your mom's telling you. It's the control that she's had over you for over these years, and now you're 10. Your mom's telling you to do something, and the fear within you is just telling you to do it, to get it over with. That scornful look that she's giving you, she'll keep giving it to you until you do what she's told, and then it'll go away. But then that little piece of anger that you've been holding on to, as you turn around and tell her that he's not weak, that anger wells up, and you feel that your heart beating faster. You're no longer scared in this moment. You're mad. You're angry. He's not weak. He's not weak. It goes through your mind. It echoes through your mind. He's not weak. He's not weak. Your father from the ground, trying to grab your hand. Run. But you don't hear it. You're just hearing your heartbeat in your ears. He's not weak. He's not weak. He's not weak. What do you feel now towards your mother who's telling you while you're this angry, this anger welling up within you? What do you say to her now that anger just fills you?
You're weak, and I'm going to kill you.
You're weak. You're weak. But as you say this, you say you're weak, and now I'm going to kill you. That switch flips in your mind. That anger, what felt like was waiting for a moment. But when you say this, it's not your voice alone. You're weak, and I'm going to kill you. That's what comes out, but you don't notice. But that's what comes out. Your mother, like shocked. Now, I know when we discussed making your character, you said that she has these branding marks that go across her face. I'm assuming those were
Yes.
royalty marks. A quick
Yes.
interlude in this scene here. Your mother, at a different age, or around this age 10, what's happening in the living room? You're 14. When you're 10, this happens. Your mother's taking you, and she says, you're 10 years old, rolling around in the mud with your friends. And at this moment, she's grabbed you by the wrist and starts to take you to the mat, to the blacktop. And she says, you are royalty, and you will act like it. You see these brands, these mean royalty. And this is what you need in order to understand your position. And so she takes you to the blacktop. You see a man standing there. He looks like he's like a holy man, a cleric. He's got these adornments as a holy man. And you see um, there's not really furniture on the blacktop, but there's something to sit down. You just see there's like a barrel or something to sit down, or like a chair. Really, it's a chair, but there's not really furniture here always. Your mom is adept at magic. She can manipulate the blacktop however she pleases. She's manipulated it before for different training sessions, teaching you how to dodge, teaching you to be what is it? To have your reaction speed to help you with that. The ground has been shifted and molded to simulate different things in different environments, and she shaped that herself with just magical means. And so when you get to the blacktop, the veils drop, the lights come on. You see this man standing here next to this chair. She throws you into the chair. Metal clamps go on your wrist. She says, "Your royalty is paramount. I bet you're wondering why a cleric is here amongst us. Clerics don't usually come this far into the forest, do they?" She looks at him and he says, he's rinsing his hands together. "No, us clerics don't come here to the forest very often, but um, on your mother's," he looks to you, "on your mother's request," and he looks back to your mom, "I am here to conduct a rite of some sort, yes?" And she says, "Yes, exactly. We don't allow interlopers of the divine here, because the divine does not matter. What matters is blood and steel and reality. And we don't need fools like this diviner here, filling your mind or anyone else's mind with their foolishness. But today is a special day. You are granted your royalty marks, showing the world who you are. Take this in pride." And she nods to him. And she goes, um, "Miss Facility, Queen Facility, I know that this is a right, as you said. This procedure is very," he looks at you, at a young age, this can be quite scarring, and I don't believe. And she says, "Did I ask you here so you can what? Tell me that this was? I don't believe you understand. I need you to understand this. These brandings will make her into what I need her to be." She kind of runs her fingers on your cheek. Will mold her into what I need her to be. Now, she's put metal clamps around your arms, but you've also been trained how to get out of situations like this. Roll a. Well, what do you do? What do you feel? And what does Nyx feel in this moment? Does she feel like she needs to escape, or does she feel like she can't move under the pressure and weight of her mom in this moment?
I feel like she's gonna try and get out of this because even the cleric doesn't seem like he wants to do this. So she's kind
Right.
of like
Okay.
that. Kind of like shocks her out of like her calm state, and she's like, "Wait a minute, I should actually try and get out of this because he's worried. I think I should
Right.
be a bit worried about this."
So you're worried. You need to escape. You need to get out. Go ahead and roll a d20. And I will also roll something here. I'll roll a. We're doing rollies again.
15.
She's going to. Okay, actually, no. It's perception. It's not too high. Lost perception to see you. This is. Okay, that shall add a dexterity. I was roll a d20. Plus 15. Add your dexterity modifier, or roll again, but then add your
Mm-hmm.
dex.
Or do you just want me to keep the 15 and just add 2?
15 was you attempt. It was starting to get out.
Okay, now we're doing the
So
dex roll.
we're doing dex roll
Okay.
because this is something else that's coming your way.
13.
13. That's cocked. Perfect. 14. As you attempt to wiggle your way out of this, trying to see, trying to get out of it, your mom looks at you, trying to wiggle, and the clamps go away, not before she puts her hands like it's. You see your mom talking to the cleric. She's a little ways away. You see another version of your mom step from her back and hold your hands down onto the chair. And it doesn't speak, it doesn't say anything, it just looks at you dead in the eyes as your mom used mirror image and a dex roll to see if she could catch you just before you try to leave. It was a contested dex roll to see if you would escape before she could make a move, and she won the roll, adding her dex mod as well. And you see that it's a visage. It's more like it's the mirror image, so it's not entirely corporeal. It's a little transparent, but it still has that scornful gaze from her as she looks at you and says, attempting to leave right before you get your royalty marks. Let's go ahead and begin the process swiftly, shall we? Before she attempts anything else. And you see her struggling in the mirror image. Usually in the past, the mirror image you swing through it, but this time she made it with just a little fuel of her own magic. Pumps the mirror image, and it comes a little more corporeal as it clamps down uh, on you, on your wrists, and it's different. It's a mirror image. She basically just cast hold person on you, but
Mm.
the personification of it is like a mirror image and the spell taking form and holding you down, and the visage disappears, but the hands are still holding you down. And the cleric goes, "Yes, uh, Lady Facility." And you see him open like a roll, and you see him take like an iron spike, and it's like it's an iron spike that's got a handle on it. It's like a chisel, but it's it's a chisel. It's the spike and the little hammer, but the hammer it's not really chiseling into you. It's used to hold the it's like it's not a hammer, sorry. It's a clamp to hold the spike. And he places his hand, he goes over to you and holds it over your face, and he looks at you and he just says, "I'm sorry, little one." For he looks over your mom as he's trying to apologize. He says, "This procedure will be taking a toll on you during the process. So if you need to take a break," and he says, if he asks if you need to take a break, just let him know. And your mom just says, "No, no, she's hardened. She does not need a break for this. She'll go through the whole procedure in one go." And then he looks at her, shocked, looks at you, and he kind of looks like really scared. And he's like, "Lady Sati, going through the whole procedure, it is very dangerous." And she just goes, "What did I say before? See, Mixatori, this is what I mean. Clerics are too careful. Do it." And then he, rocked by the same intimidation that you are, he begins to cast this golden light. Divine energy doesn't necessarily cause heat. Usually, to things that are undead, feel the fire and damage of holy flame. But in this moment, he takes like a firebolt cantrip and he uses it to heat the spike. And you see the heat goes down into the end of the spike. And he holds it not over you, but just away as he watches the end of the spike begin to heat up. And then once it gets to like, it looks bright orange, he then begins to not chisel, but carve the runes into your face, and you scream. You feel hot immediately. White, hot pain flashes through your whole body. I assume you're screaming through this whole process. It's just
Yeah.
hot metal being dug and carved into your face as these runes or these markings are made symmetrically and but throughout your face. And we move away from that as we see the runes on your face. We move away from you screaming and shouting and kicking and trying to get out, but you can't. And with those screams, we move back into the present moment of you and your mom in this heated argument as you feel your heartbeat beating in your ears as you say that you're weak and I'm going to kill you. Goes black. You hear a voice amongst roiling thunder, but it's not natural. Like your eyes are closed, but you can see you're looking around, and you hear rage. Yes, I've known this before. I felt this. I haven't felt such hatred in centuries. Rage. A rage unending. A wall of flame burning the skin and sinew from your very bones. Rage. and you hear chanting, rage, rage, rage. I can grant you this rage, this power. You wish in this moment to see your mother fall. You see a vision of your mother, mutilated body on the ground, blood everywhere. That is what I can give you. Your rage, 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 slowly building. I can grant you the power that you wish to have to rage against this world. Rage, 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 rage. I wish to see your wish made true. I grant you the power to cover the world in crimson. Have your enemies filled at your feet. My power is yours. You see a door in front of you. You see one path, similar to when you were younger, when your friends were asking you to come and play, and your mom walking ahead into the castle. In this space, you are that age again, and you're in between two doors. One where you do as your father says and you run, and the other where a path of what you hear is what you see is a red door. At first you think it's the black top, but it's not the black top. But it's a door. It's an option. What does Nyx do? Which door does she choose?
Is there anything else around?
You are in inky black
Inky
darkness
black, darkness.
with
Okay.
two doors. One leading to the possibility of what your father's asking, and a red door.
Red door.
Your 6-year-old self walks to this red door, the voice chanting behind you again. Rage, rage. Slower. It's like a heartbeat. Rage, rage. You're walking. Now you're 10 years old as you're getting closer to the door. The voice saying, this is a path of one that will grant you what you wish. Revenge upon your mother. Justice for your father. Justice made with blood. You make it to the door. You open it. And as you're getting to the door, and you put your hand on it, it's slow. You hear screaming, various screaming. You hear different screams of different bodies, your bodies thudding, something clattering in half, something. You feel movement. You feel blood. You feel movement. You feel steel. You feel all of that as your hand is slowly going to open this door. And once you open that door, it's no longer black around you. Your hand, bloodied, your long sword in hand. You hold it. As you look on it, you see just caked with blood, insurmountable amounts. You hear the voice again. This is a gift, one that is granted to you. a service not yet concluded, but a show of what lies ahead. And you feel a heat on your back as you see the castle engulfed in flame, bodies strewn about on the courtyard grounds, destruction everywhere, multiple bodies, everyone, knights, the general, your friends, everything here is dead. You drop the sword. You walk back. You're outside. You go back to the living room, which is on the first floor. You run back inside the castle. You see your mother, and what that vision of her mutilated body is true. What you saw was true. Her body's mutilated. You look over and see your father, dead, but untouched. Everything else here is dead. You go back outside and you pick up the longsword that you used. You see in the reflection of it yourself, caked in blood. What does Nyx do after seeing the bodies strewn about this place? What is she feeling after hearing this voice say that this was but a gift and a show of what this gift can bring you? What is she feeling?
Sadness. I feel like she just drops to her knees and just cries.
You drop to your knees, cry, and cry, the roiling flames behind you getting louder. You'd cry, cry. You think about your father's longsword. You remember that he had it on him last. Do you go back and get that?
Yes.
You run back inside. You grab your father's long sword. As you see the flames in the house are beginning to just eat everything, including your mother's body, the viscera and the sinew, and you see your father's body also being taken by the flame. But you see as you grab onto the long sword that he had at his hilt, one last look at his face. And in the moment that you weren't conscious, you see a faint smile of knowing that one way or another you are free and he doesn't have to worry anymore. Take your father's long sword, and do you walk away? Do you stay here and cry, knowing what you may or may not have done? Does Nyx in this moment want to realize what she did?
No, I feel like she walks away. She takes one last glimpse at her father, walks away.
Walk away from your father, and you can almost hear him saying, as you grab the sword, I love you, Nyx. Be free. And you walk away out of the wreath with white flowers that adorn it, and you walk away. Come back to the present moment of you now, who you are now in the present. You've, at this point, walked back from there, and you've left, and you've already seen everything in the living room. As you were going through this memory, you've been moving through and around the castle. And now you've ended up at a random tavern along the road, um, like a random inn along the road, uh, near like a couple settlements on the more country-ish side along the forest. And you see this, you go to the inn, and you just overhear these men going, right, so, I mean, you hear about what happened in Volkner? He goes, Volkner? What happened in Volkner? Well, don't you know it? The local restaurant owner, Grunand, he died. Uh, the other guy just goes, he died? Man, I can't believe it. I mean, I know I didn't really know the guy, but I know that he was just, I mean, the food was good. And the guy goes, are you serious? The food was good? And he goes, I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't go there a lot and I didn't really talk to him. Just got food there a couple times. Didn't really do much. You're sitting here listening to these two talk about a man named Grunand. I didn't give you this piece of your backstory before, but you do know Grunand. He meets you after everything that happens here in the forest, and he takes you in under his wing, and he spent a couple weeks with you training you. And as you hear Grunand, you think back and you remember little you, 14, holding onto your father's longsword. And then you see a man going through the forest by himself. He's a bit younger. You see a little more lean and bulky half-orc man with a broadsword on his back. And you see him just going, oh, man, this forest is quite a lot of things going on in this forest. Kind of hate the underbrush. It's been unkept. It's really, really bad. And he sees you just in the forest, sitting amongst the underbrush. Do you say anything to him as he's passing you along the road? That's a road heading towards your castle. You say
He's
anything
on
to
a
him?
road heading towards my castle.
Yeah, he's on a road heading towards, like he's on that road because he passed through the veil of the little adorned wreath that lets you know that that's your entrance. So he went through there. So now he's on the main road, the actual main road going up to the castle, and you are kind of just on the outside of it because this is just the next day. And so you're just on the outside sitting in the grass, and then you see him come through or come from the main road. And when you're going through this wreath, it's not like a normal entrance. There's a main road going through the forest, but then if you want to get to where your kingdom is, you have to know where the wreath is to get to the actual main road that walks up to the castle. And so what he did was he went through the forest, made it to the main road, and now he's just kind of standing in the middle going, where is that wreath that you talked about? A wreath of flowers. I don't know where the
Kind of like shout to
wreath
him,
is.
"Hey,
Huh? What you said? What? Kind of
what are
grabs
you
the
doing
handle.
here?"
He doesn't see you yet. He goes, um, I'm looking for the Valentina's estate. Uh, don't know where you are. I'm looking for the Valentina's estate. You show yourself?
Yeah, I'll show myself.
You just kind of pop up out of the grass. Oh, shit. Right. Okay. I just got scared by a child. Let me calm down. Child, do you know where the Valentina's estate is? It says walk along the main road. Then they didn't really give me any more directions.
I might
After
know
that,
where it is for a price.
right? A child asking a child for directions. Right. He pats his pockets. Um, a gold piece. He flicks it to you.
I've already seen enough gold pieces, but I'll take it. Still won't answer you though.
Not from gold piece. Right. So, and do you know where this wreath is at least? How much to tell you? Or you to tell me?
Can I like do a check and like look him over?
Yeah, you can just look them over. You can just do a perception check. Sure. Roll a d20.
Yeah. We rolling 12.
It's not too hard. You look him over. He's like he's like Cloud Strife Final Fantasy VII, but just more not so like not with just the one T-shirt on and then the baggy pants. He's got like a armor on. There's like leather armor, but he got like a jacket over that, and then he's got boots and greaves and kind of like knee pads as well, and like greaves and gloves. It's kind of like he's got greaves, jacket, leather armor on the inside, kind of like a vest, like an armored vest on the inside. Then he's got pants that go down. Uh, they're not cuffed or anything. You just see like military kind of boots, and then you see an insignia of a blue dragon on him as well. You see insignia of a blue dragon that's usually, or no, not blue dragon. Sorry, you see like a cross on there, surrounded and wreathed in like these gold wreaths. This is like the wreaths, sorry, like a cross surrounded in a gold wreath on his right jacket lapel area, like near his collar. And you just see, and then you see a sword holster on his back with this broadsword. And he looks clean, fairly clean. He's not dirty or anything. He's only got dirt on because he's been trudging through this forest, not really knowing where to go. You see him pull the gold. You saw him pull the gold coin out of his jacket pocket, where you assume that's where he keeps his gold pouch. He says, "I don't have that much on me, really. So, anything else? Or how much gold do you want exactly?" Says through his teeth.
I flick the gold coin back to him.
He grabs it out of the air.
Keep it. You just gotta tell me what you're really here for.
Right. So, I'm here to uh, see what happened to the Valentinus estate. I got word that he kind of looks you over, does his own perception check of you. It's a 19. Looks over. As he's about to tell you what he's really here for, he just kind of looks at you. You've been kind of in the forest for a while, and you have a random sword with you, and you're just like popped up out of nowhere. So, do you like live in this forest, or are you some kind of drifter? Are you're a kid, obviously? Are you lost? And I'm actually asking another lost person where I'm supposed to go.
I'm not lost in this stupid forest. I'm leaving
Right.
this forest.
So you're leaving the forest, but yet you're here on the main road towards where? How do I know that if I give my gold to you, you're not going to give me false information?
Like I said, you can keep your gold. I don't want it.
Huh. That makes it even more suspicious. So do you know that for future reference? So, fine. You live in this forest, and I assume you have the knowledge, kind of had no choice here. I'm here to find out why the Valentinas haven't been answering their missives. There's been no response in a week, 3 days. Sorry.
They're dead.
Uh, what?
They're dead.
They're dead. How do you know that?
I lived in the castle. The area of the castle, I should say. And I escaped.
Escaped. There was wait. Okay. So they're dead. You escape. Okay. And you start putting the pieces together. You're the daughter. You're the daughter. That makes sense. You're the daughter. You escaped. Was there a civil war? Something happened. Can you show me where the castle is?
I'm
I
not
have
going
to
back
report
there.
back. Well, can you point to it?
I don't think you should go there either.
I kind of have to. I have to report back to who I was sent on this mission. Because if I don't answer back, he's going to
Then
be very
I
annoying about
cut
it.
the mission short. They're dead. There's nobody left.
Right. You do know where the wreath is. You're not telling him. You don't want him to go in there. Have you occasionally looked at the wreath? Occasionally.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna roll a perception check here. See if he notices. Oh, that's a nat 20!
Oh my lord!
That's a nat
Oh my
20!
lord!
W.
So, as you're saying that you don't want him to go in there, you kind of look to his left behind him. He goes, "Oh, what's that? What was that?" Kind of looks behind him. What was that? I saw that. What was that? Where? You do know where it is. Kind of looks behind him. Where's? I was told a white wreath. A white wreath. There it is.
Can
Directly
I
right
jump on
behind
him?
me.
He-
Here we go.
Go ahead. Go ahead and like roll initiative, basically. Just go ahead and roll to see if you can hit his AC.
What the? Three.
You roll a 3, you just go, "Ah," and then he just fully sidesteps you. You land on the other side of the road. He goes, right. So don't know what that was, but this is now definitely telling me that I need to go in here. So he goes to the wreath and he's like, okay, so how do I, he's kind of asking you while you're on the ground, picking yourself up. Do I walk through? Do I just kind of,
I'm not telling
do I
you
kind of run?
anything.
Right. You didn't tell me anything in the first place. That's why you're on the floor. And he just kind of runs through the wreath. He runs through and he just goes, before he gets fully through, there's like a little bit of like a door opening and closing. So there's like a little bit of shimmer before he fully goes through. And you just hear him say, holy shit. And then the thing goes back closed. There's like 5 minutes go by, 10 minutes, 15,
I'm just
30.
sitting out there, just
You're
walking
sitting out
around,
there
pacing, just looking
going
at my
by,
sword, just.
looking at the
Oh.
sword, doing like, kind of movements and motions with the long sword as he comes
I
back
wonder
out.
when this dumbass is gonna get out of this.
Comes back out after you say that. The door looks at you. They're all dead.
No shit.
Hmm. And you've been out here by yourself all alone. Just
I
at the
look
door.
both ways. Do you see anybody else here?
You you keep giving me the attitude that I don't really respect, but I respect you in this moment because you survived whatever that hellscape is. So I can give you that respect and totally dismiss the amount of disrespect you've been giving towards me. So disrespect, to dismiss that regard. So they're all dead. Did you see who was the person responsible? You can
No.
choose. Yeah, okay.
Hmm.
I was gonna say you can choose to either withhold or tell him. I was gonna say that, but you already did it. You said no.
No.
You didn't see. That's fair. Looks like there was scorch marks all over the damn thing. Didn't see who did it. Well, it's the end of my report. Aside from you, so you've been out. Do you, you know this forest? I assume, since you've been out here doing nothing but standing at the entrance like a weirdo. Do you have you eaten at all? He kind of looks at you. You're still kind of scrawny because you kind of haven't eaten anything. I assume. It's been out here.
I feel like no. I feel like she's eating something
Okay, she's
because
been
she
eating like the
does
bounty of
have
the
the
forest, like
yeah
eating
berries.
animals,
She
berries, hunted stuff.
whatever she could actually shoot and catch with her arrows.
Right. So whatever you can catch, berries, ones that you know that aren't poisonous,
Yep.
apples, of course, an orchard that you know that is somewhat standing. You've kind of, well, no, you say you haven't gone in there, but just other stuff around the forest without going in there. And so he says, surviving off the wildlife and the bounty of the forest alone. You look like you need a drink. Opens a flask, like a wine flask, hands it to you, hands it back. How old are you, actually? She's like, in this moment, I would think she's like 16.
16.
I think either 14 or 16. Because this is essentially the day after. So, and he's come to
Oh, so like
investigate.
14, I think we said.
Yeah,
So
she's 14.
14. She's
Yeah,
14.
14. Do you try to grab the flask of the wine skin? I mean, he gestures it out to you, not knowing your age, and then
Yeah. Can I
he hands it.
sniff it?
Yeah, you can sniff it. You
Let's sniff
smell.
it.
No rule necessary. You sniff it. It is just hard ale. This thing is like you drinking this for like a water bottle out in the forest, dude. This is hard liquor. This is not
I
great
sniff
for
it.
you.
Ugh!
Oh, not your
Dude,
taste.
what is this?
Drinks it, takes a swig. Well, it's not your taste. It's my very own special blend. See, I got my own restaurant that I'm trying to start here, and
What is it, piss?
no,
It
it's not
smells like
piss.
piss!
It's not piss, actually.
Right.
Some mulled wine. It's quite soothing on a day
I've
like
smelled a
this.
lot of horse piss, and this smells like piss.
Okay, all right, not okay. Horse piss really doesn't need to be compared to horse piss. That's kind of
It definitely can be
disrespectful
compared
to
to
my
it.
craft. Okay, all right. So what I was going to offer was, did you want to just come with me back to just to have this? There's an inn up the road. So have a
Mm-hmm.
nice meal, share a meal, have some other food other than something that you've spent probably
Well,
a
if your
couple
food
days
smells
hunting.
like this, I don't know about that.
Okay, all right. Another dig at my cooking and my craft, and I'm going to leave you here, or not even be so generous to offer you anything other than my coin and a warm meal. All right. So,
You got water?
yes or no? I do have water. He puts the flask. He grabs the flask, the wineskin again, but then he's like, "Oh!" I grabs another one off his pack, and he hands you an actual water flask. Hands it to you. This one is water, and it does not smell like horse piss. If that's what
Right.
you think,
I'll take your
right?
word for it. She like takes a little swig.
And
All right.
I think this is just me. I just imagine you going, all right, you take a swig, but you're hella dehydrated. You've been drinking like the water is nice here, but it's not the greatest thing, and the stream is not
Yeah.
great. So I think you take a swig, but then it's like, okay, cool, I'll go with you. You take another swig, Okay, you take more, and you just start drinking the whole thing.
I'm like
As he's,
behind him, just.
yeah, just gorging yourself on this water. And he's like, Jesus Christ, did you not drink anything when you've been out here? Jesus,
Absolutely not.
God, damn. All right, well, it's clear you were dehydrated. You feel better now? I assume. You toss it back
I did.
you toss the wineskin back to him, completely empty. Right. So this was like about 2 days worth of water in here. I drank my full of the first day trying to get out here, and there was 2 days left. You've drank full 2 days worth of water in this wineskin.
You've got your piss.
You're funny. You're funny. If I wouldn't have given you that water, you would have been fucking dying right now. And he keeps walking down the road. You both eventually make it to the inn, and it's just a nice warm meal you haven't had in a long time. He sits there, doesn't ask you many questions about what happened. Uh, he doesn't ask you about the long sword. He just lets you have a meal. He doesn't get anything for himself. He mostly just gets everything for you. And he just says, So, do you have any military training? Or you look like you have some training. Not really military, but you have this air that you've experienced something military like.
Do you know anything about the Valentinas?
I know that they were quite reserved, self sustaining, off the forest.
So you know that the queen is a drow?
Yes, I do know that the queen is a. Oh, that makes a lot of sense now.
Mm-hmm.
Makes a lot of sense. Right. Drow military training. Wait, but how did. Is there some kind of veil over your castle? Because just. There's no way that there's a. Drows are sensitive to sunlight, right? And your father's a wood elf, so you're not. So you don't have sensitivity. Okay. So there's a veil over the castle from sunlight sensitivity.
Yes. There is a veil over the castle. Drow can come to and from and not be harmed by the sun. But Mother mostly was in the castle, usually never stepped foot outside, or was in the blacktop.
Right, right. Blacktop. I assume that's what's that?
Horror.
Right. He kind of looks over you again and sees the cuts and bruises that healed, and goes, right, right. Well, you finish eating, or you want some more food?
Got anything else?
Um, he kind of looks at the waitress, and she's like, she ate everything on the menu. I don't know what, I don't know what else I have. And then he's like, it doesn't seem like there's really a variety menu here.
Mm.
It's mostly just a lot of stew and broths and potatoes and starch,
Put
carrots.
any seasoning on stuff?
He looks at her, she's kind of not paying attention. I got some seasoning of my own. And opens his pack. He
I
just
don't
takes
know if
out
I trust that
some
seasoning
nice
of
seasoning.
yours.
You haven't even had my seasoning.
but I smelled your special blend of ale.
Okay, alright. It's not that crazy. It's just ale. I've mixed a couple things here and there.
Who else drinks that
But
thing?
my customers actually quite like it. They drink it a lot. I
How many
drink it.
funerals have you been to
Wow. Funerals. Wow.
for your
Okay.
customers?
Right. So you don't want seasoning with your potatoes and carrot stew.
I'll see what the. Give me a little bit of it.
Sprinkles. It's just like it's not anything crazy. He made it sound like it's crazy, but it's like just salt and pepper. Not really too crazy. Just nice little light seasoning on there to make it a little more uh to make it a little more easier to eat and not just push around on the plate.
She like takes a small bite. She's like, hmm,
That's
it's
better?
good. It's it's
I
it's better.
knew it. I told you it was gonna be better.
Not better than the castle,
So
but
okay.
I'll take what I can at this point.
Uh listen, um I never even asked you your name. Oh, you said your name was Nixatori Valentinus
Yes.
before. I just Nixatori is a fucking mouthful. Can I just call you Nix?
No.
Okay. Nix. I had to say the whole thing. Nixatori. That's
Yes.
a lot. It's not really a lot, but it's just a mouthful. It's just really formal.
The
Anyway,
only person that will call me Nix is my father, and he is no longer here.
fair. It's fair play. Yep, that's fine. Nixatori. I am offering another hand of grace. Would you like to come back to the castle, the kingdom with me? I could make you a squire, could give you your warm meals a day. That's obviously not what you'd like to have me make, but they have water, they have food, protection, and you can train, but without so much grueling training.
I kind of like stare forward when he says the word training for like a moment,
All right,
and then I come back to reality and I nod my head.
all right. This tavern has an inn, so we'll sleep here for the night. He will sleep here for the night, and he gestures to the lady. He's like, "We're gonna stay here," and then drops like a little pouch of gold to pay. She goes, "All right, I'll collect it. The rooms are upstairs." That's right. Pays for 2 rooms. Get your own. I get mine, and we'll leave in the morning.
In the morning?
Yes,
What time?
early, so we
Early?
can. It's a long ways. This was like a week away. A couple days at least, anyway. Not a
You
week. I'm being
walked?
dramatic. I took my horse, and then I was attacked, and then they took my horse. So now I walked the rest of the way.
You let them
They have
take your
horses here.
horse?
They died then and there, but they killed my horse in the process. This is like halfway into the deep jungle. All right, Malarites scurrying about. It's werewolf people going around killing travelers. They tried to attack me, killed them. Obviously, gestures to the broadsword on his back, killed them, dealt with that. They gutted my horse, dragged it into the forest. They have horses here if you're worried about transportation.
Alright, I guess.
Right.
But I won't like it.
I can tell you won't. really like a lot of things. And then you just go up to the room. Morning, night, morning arrives, leave the kingdom, and this is where it doesn't really need to be played out, but he takes you into the kingdom. He just shows you everything. He's training. He makes you a temporary squire of him since he is first knight at this moment in time. Makes you first knight, makes you squire. You meet Declan Rowe at a younger age, same age as him. You and him kind of make this rivalry relationship.
Wait, do these
Uh,
people like know me?
no one knows you. He hasn't told anyone who you are. He just kind of said,
So
"She's my
I'm like
squire."
going by like an alias
Yeah,
now
you
with
can make up
him.
an alias. Make up an alias for yourself. He doesn't. He didn't. He's like, I'm bad with names. I'm bad with the disguises. I tried to name myself something as
Lots.
just guy. What was it?
Slots. I will be slots. Sir Slots.
There's slots. Right. Okay. Okay. That's not gonna fly in the capital. And you
What?
proceed to slide on the horse. Sir Slots doesn't make
Oh,
a
what
bit
choked
of
on my gum?
sense. That's not going to fly on the capital. Uh, that's absolutely not. My squire is not going to be named Sir Slots. No,
Can I lunge
that's
at him
not going
again?
to.
I'm
Yeah,
lunging.
lunging. You
Let
want
me
to
jump
lunge
on him
in
again.
Okay, you can try to roll it. Just go ahead and roll a d20.
12.
All right. Let's see. Actually, is he wearing his armor right now?
Oh
What is
lord.
it? Well, because at this moment you've arrived in the city, so
Yeah.
is he wearing his armor? His AC's wearing leather studded armor, so his AC's like so his AC is 14. So he's wearing his armor, so his AC is 14. So you miss again. He sidesteps you again, but he catches you this time. He doesn't let you fall on your ass like last time. That was just because you were being a brat. But he catches you this time. He's like, "Are you trying to lunge at me again? Really? This is you've tried to lunge at me before, and it didn't really work out for you."
Why can't
He
I have the nickname?
puts you
What
back on your feet
what nickname would
because
you give me?
I don't know, Nyx. That would
No.
that would fly in the
We've
capital.
we've already talked about
But
this.
it wouldn't be
Nobody calls
me calling you.
no
Right, right, right,
nobody
right,
calls
right,
me
right,
Nyx. Get that through your thick skull.
right. Yes, sorry. Just
Right.
kind of thought about an ease of naming.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Nixatori Valentinus. Mm, kind of just circles around a little bit.
And she's like squinting at him, just like narrowed eyes, arms crossed.
Like, could just be could just be Val instead of Valentinus. Or Valentine. It's cool. It's cool last name Valentine. You know, kind of works both ways. You don't really Valentine.
I think Val will work.
Val, right. See, this is why I don't see you look at me like that, and I told you I'm not good at naming things, and yet you still look at me like that. I told you that was fine. Val
I already
works. Val
knew.
works.
I
Val works.
I already knew
Don't
something
give
was
me some
going on
shit.
with you
Don't already.
after
Don't
smelling
try.
that
Don't bring up
ale.
my. Right. He just walks away from you in another montage moment of giving you your papers as his temporary squire under the name and alias of Val. So, like I said, you meet Declan. You meet Declan Rowe, younger age, same age as you. You and him begin like a rivalry, friendship. You're better at things than he is. So, he's also been training to be a knight. So he's good at things, you're also good at things, so it's a bit of a give and take there. You stay in the capital for a while, um, training under Grunand. He's showing you the ropes, and then one day you overhear him, and he just says, after some training, he just goes, "All right, so it's a good training session. Um, listen, I have a meeting to attend to in the capital, so I'm going to leave you here with High Knight chasing the Santos and Declan. I'll leave you with his troop, and I'll be right back. Okay?
Right. Okay.
Right." He goes off and he leaves. You can decide to follow and just completely ignore his orders, or you can stay and hang with Declan and just
I stay
competition
and I
again.
hang with
Okay?
Declan and them because I feel like Nyx has still got her mother's knows best. You stay where you're supposed to be. And
Right,
she
right,
just
right,
usually follows
right.
orders,
hmm So as he leaves,
most
you
of
kind
them.
of most of them. You stay where you are, hang with Declan, and he's trying to jug at you to race again to see who's faster. You indulge him because you're faster, obviously. Um, Takes a minute. The meeting, his meetings usually don't take too long, but this one takes a little longer than usual. Declan's left by this time. It's, um, I'd say it's like it was sunset when you finished training, you went to the meeting, and now it's like evening time. And he kind of left you at like uh, the barracks with all the other squires and trainees, and all of them went to like their respective houses. So you're just the only one there waiting on Grunan since he told you to stay put here. And he comes back expecting you to not be here to went to your barracks that he's shown you. And he looks in, he goes, he knocks, "You still here in the barracks?"
I mean, you told me not to move.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I was just, expecting you to already be at the house. It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
I
Well,
feel like Nyx would
since
have like a staring problem.
yeah, that's
Like
like
she's like staring like deep into people's souls, and they're just like, oh,
you're doing that's like a casual thing that your mom did with you,
yeah,
like kind of read you when you did something wrong. She kind of read you, and now it's kind of
just a
like
thing. I'm just
a thing
staring
you
at
do,
people,
just kind
just
of stare at him, looking at
straight through their
inflections of his
soul.
voice, looking. You're just kind of overlooking people, kind of trained in that. And so, uh, when you look at him or when he looks at you, he just goes, "Right, that's a really intense stare.
Hmm?
It's a really intense stare you have there." Um, so listen, I have to leave soon.
Where?
That's not really supposed to be disclosed to anyone, considering the nature. And you see, he's speaking to you formally like a knight to squire, not really just you and him hanging out like you usually do. And he just says, "I'm not really supposed to give you that information as it's undisclosed to not even the public."
Hmm.
Um,
Can't just give me like a little insight.
Val, no, I can't.
God.
Sorry.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, I can't. Not this
Work
time.
with me, man.
I look, man. I, I would, but I can't this time.
Right.
I have to leave in the morning tomorrow. You'll stay with Declan. I've already gone over it with uh, the High Knight. Jason, he'll take care of you, and I'll leave. And when he's telling you that he's gonna leave, he's saying it's you get that weird feeling, a ping in your chest, and um it's like a oh he's leaving. And other than Declan, Jason, and him, I don't really talk to anyone else here. So if he leaves, it's like he's not like a life raft, but in a way he's just you don't rely on him, but a part of you does when it's talking and interacting with other people socially. And so when you feel that he's gonna leave the next day, you kind of get worried. Like, oh, you kind of panic a little bit on the inside. He just says, I leave in the morning. So,
I kind of just like nod my head at him,
mm,
and knowing in the back of my mind, I'm like, I'm gonna follow after him.
right, so I leave in the morning, and you'll stay here with Jason Dixon. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, all right, let's head home. You head home, go to sleep. He gets ready to leave in the morning. You said you're gonna follow him. You do for the sake of just roll. You don't need to. You know his footsteps. You know the way he carries himself. So you leave, unknown to him. Follow him all the way to this middle of nowhere, and you see a building. Not really decorated. There's no name on top of it yet. It's just like a little hole in the wall place that looks like it hasn't been designed yet. And you see next to him, scrawny, black hair, spectacles, this kid, kind of lanky. You see him standing there
Who the
next to
fuck is
him.
this geek?
Exactly, that's what you think. He's standing next to him. He's got runes going up and down his body, and he's just going. So we're really gonna stay here in this dingy ass place? And Grunan's like, watch your fucking mouth, right? This is what we have to do in order to keep you safe and everyone else. I had to leave the kid behind. He goes, oh, oh, you mean Val? Yeah, sucks, but I did what I had to do. It sucks, but I did what I had to do. You say, who the fuck is this geek? And he goes, there's no fucking way.
Who the hell is this fucking geek?
There's no fucking way. And he goes, what? What? What's happening? Someone's after us? And he pulls like a little dagger and he goes, put the fuck. Val?
What?
He turns around. And you see his face looks angry, but he's not actually mad. He's happy to see you, but he's obviously like, you're not supposed to be here, dude. That kind of expression of like, dude, you're not, oh, why are you here? But also, that's cool, but, oh, that kind of expression. And so when he turns around to look at you, it's that expression of like, you followed me here, didn't you?
What, you think I wouldn't? You're
No,
up on
no.
some top secret mission. You think I'm gonna just
Because
stay
I
behind?
have to be top secret
Alright.
to keep everyone safe. Okay. Look, Okay, if you want to feel special, you outside of you are the only one who knows the exact location of this place, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to feel special, there it is. You know, the only place here. You're the only one who does.
I do feel special. Thank you.
Good. Now I have to take you back in the morning.
No, you don't. I'll be fine. I can get back on my own.
And he goes to call you Nix, but then he stops himself. Val, I know that being in the capital's been fun, and I know that me and you've had fun here training. Me training you. It's been great. But I have to do this to protect more than just him. It's everyone. It's a big mission, and I have to take it for the betterment of all. And I know you understand that, right? So I'm not exactly kicking you away, but I am here whenever you want to visit, since you apparently already know where I am.
Tracking you wasn't hard. It smelled like piss.
Well, come on, since you've gotten here, you can help me bring in these boxes and crates and things and
Ooh,
do all that.
about that.
There's no way you're actually gonna leave now that you followed me all the way here and you're not even gonna put in the elbow grease. You see what I have to work with muscle? And he
Ooh.
points to the guy. You see what I have to work with muscle and put your
Yeah.
back into it. He is a walking back. He's not gonna put any muscle into it.
Twig.
You say that over his shoulder. You say that over Grenad's shoulder. He goes, "Fuck you, all right? I'm not Twig." Turned around. Twig. Started talking to himself. I'm Twig. That was funny. That was
Does
good.
he even know how to fight?
That's fighting isn't even uh, in his wheelhouse. Fine, you
What does
can
he do?
go. Uh, he does magic mostly, so he's a
Mm,
spellcaster. He's not really
you
martial.
sure about
Like,
that?
he's got magic.
Mm,
He's not a good fighter, but he can cast magic.
you sure he's gonna be brave enough to cast magic?
I mean, he's got. Turns around to Simon. Turns around to him. He's got stuff. I
Stuff.
really hope. Look, I didn't say that it was going to be a task that I liked to do. It's one that I had to.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, since you're lacking muscle here, I guess I'll stay and help this last time, I guess.
Doesn't have to be last. Like I said, you can come and visit whenever you want. You kind of just like hits you across the chin. Come and visit whenever you want. All right.
Alright.
And then he kind of picks up a crate and he hands it to you. Just fully, boom, gives you a crate. And he picks up a crate. He goes, all right, Simon, go ahead and put your back into it. And then he goes, all of you, and he looks at you and he says, all of you put your back into it. He kind of snickers to himself. And Simon goes, okay, just because you got a little inside joke going doesn't mean that you can just belittle me as he's trying to pick up a crate. Belittle me and trying to, what the hell is in this? What the hell is in this thing? And he's just, you two are chuckling to yourselves, walking into the building, just, and then you walk in, you help him this one last time, head back to the capital. Again, he just reiterates, he says, you can come back and visit anytime, Val. My door is always open for you. And he wasn't really like emotional, but he's like a hug on the way out. Do you reciprocate the hug?
Yeah.
Reciprocate the hug. Like, right. Don't give Jason too much trouble. And
Mm.
give Declan a run for his money.
Mm.
He claps you on the shoulder, hitting you on the shoulder. You leave, and then we come back to the present day in this tavern, in this inn, when these two men are talking about Grunan's dead, and you overhear that. And you just go, "Yeah, he's dead. It's crazy." And Vogler. And Grunan did tell you that the place is Vogler, Vogler. What is your reaction when you hear that he's dead?
I'm in a tavern, right? Like sitting
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
Okay.
You hear that
Get
he's
up.
dead.
I get up. Slide my chair back in.
Hmm.
I don't know where he's like at, right? Or
Where he is, where Grunand is, when you
yeah, I know.
followed him.
Yeah,
That's
when I followed him, I got the location.
Yeah. So you know where he is. You know where he is.
I guess I just start walking back over to the little
Back to where
tavern.
he is.
Yeah, basically.
Back to his little hidey hole restaurant that you helped him put together. Uh, you push the chair in. You leave. One of the guys looks at you leave and goes, "Is that the bounty, the bounty board, the bounty board?" And he's pointing to the picture on the bounty board. You've been kind of bounty hunting, doing money, doing these bounties for cash, and kind of accidentally been growing a reputation as the best one because you just
Mm.
kind of leaving a reputation for yourself. When you leave, you don't pay him much attention, but he goes, "There's no indication to know who you are. You go under the name Val." And so he just goes, "Oh, it's Val. It's the name of the board." And the other guy goes, "Jeez, are you okay, man?" Hit him on the back. "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Val, the bounty. Oh my God. So we just saw a hero. Oh my God." And you leave and you go to make your way towards to see if Grunand, what they say is true. Because it's a bit of panic when you hear that and you leave. You conduct yourself calmly as you leave, but on the inside, it's kind of panicked and
Yeah.
kind of disbelief. And you make your way. Do you have a horse now? I assume you have a horse now.
Big old Breton.
Big old Breton. Once
Big
again,
old horsey.
take a horse and you start making your way down
I'm gonna
towards
name the
there.
horse Mesa.
Go ahead and write that down.
Yeah.
Go write that down. And you ride off. Um, Obviously, I took too long in telling stories and Logan left, so I would be going into what he would be doing in this time in space. But since he is no longer with us, RIP,
Pussy!
I,
Sorry.
since he's no longer with us in this space, uh, I will go into Anthony, your character.
Is here.
Is here. Is he here?
Is here.
If he's not,
Anthony!
if he's
Anthony.
not,
And
then
he's in
that's
party, but
if he's not, then
Should we
I'll
get
just
like
leave it
another
there.
date?
We will, we will, because I took too long storytelling. Uh,
Nah, cause my
no
story
such
was alright.
thing.
well,
No such thing.
oh, shucks, thank you guys.
So tomorrow, 2 afternoon hands.
I mean, I got nothing to do tomorrow other than just go to church, and then I come back home.
I got the day off.
Well, I
Depend
need
on
to go
these
visit my dad, of course, but
bum-bums.
I ain't doing anything.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, we will close it out there with Nixitory Valentinus on her way to the funeral of Grunand. Eli's character, Igni, and Simon and Ken are preparing the funeral
Cannot
event to be.
wait for
Did you know how
my
long it
character
took
to
me
Hold
to
on,
click?
hold on. I'll get to the end, the epilogue here. It's not ended yet. I'll just say everything that's gonna happen. The epilogue. So Nyx is on her way to Grunad's funeral. Igni, Simon, and Ken are preparing the funeral, and we will then, in the next session, see how far we get into meeting and the prelude of everyone else's character and what happens afterwards. Because I had stuff planned for afterwards, but again, I took too long.
You
It
didn't
was
take too
beautiful
long.
though. It was beautiful though.
Well, thank you. I wanted to get to Logan's part, but then I forgot that he also likes to
Yes,
go
all
to
the
bed
time. I was
early.
like, this bitch. He has nothing to do, but he's still gonna leave early. I knew it.
Yeah. Oh.
Great, oh, great story, Unc. Great story, Unc.
Thank you.
Nah, my brain is so slow. I was like, oh, she met someone named Grenada. That's cool. Wait a minute! I was so slow. Oh my god, I'm upset at myself.